Are you awake? Good morning, my friends. Happy Monday, December the 29th, 2025. Just a few days left and we can turn the page literally. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate that. We know you've got many choices to make every single morning, and we're always so very grateful that you choose to spend some time with us. So thank you, thank you, thank you. There's a gifting goal today. Please consider contributing to that. Do all the things that you're supposed to do. That really helps us out. If you've not joined our team yet, please consider doing so. We are crowdfunded here. You want to support the channel. Best way to do that is through the various Cash Apps, PayPals, and Venmos, all at Factsstillmatter. Don't forget, we've got a merch store. You can find the link to Facts HQ in the link tree that's in my bio while you're on over there. My son has a merch store as well. It's the first link you'll see. It's called Tobias. It's his stuff. It's original artwork. Join our Discord. You know the drill. If you're having a difficult time getting into the Discord, you can reach out to any moderator and or just copy the link, post it into a browser, and you can then move on. So thank you for being here. We appreciate you. The last week of the year, I'm thinking about what I want to do for New Year's Eve and how that's going to go, and I'll fill you guys in over the course of the week. But yeah, so there's a lot to cover today. Obviously, we're gonna discuss how suddenly just a million files can just suddenly show up at your doorstep like it's a long lost kitten. We're going to talk about the president's ridiculous display with President Zelensky. I mean, paying deference to the president of Russia once again. Also, I want to spend some time talking about this really fascinating survey that came out by this organization called the Manhattan Institute. They've surveyed 3,000 Republican voters, and some of the results were really interesting, I must say. So yeah, a lot to cover today. We've got more. Obviously, we have more to unpack with the Jeffrey files, and we're going to talk about Doge because the final report and the final sort of, I guess you could say, final summary of Doge's just horrible performance. Not only did they not save us money, they cost us money. As Americans lost jobs, which is one lie after another. And we're also going to play some sound from this interesting little documentary that I saw about rural western West Virginia and eastern Kentucky, the holler region of the world. For those of you who don't know what a holler is, I know what a holler is because we have some hollers in this part of the state. But, just it's areas of the country that are just sort of overwhelmed by Trump voters, and yet they continue to do what they did. So actually, let me play that for you first. I think it's actually quite fascinating. The title of the little expose here. It's called "Inside America's Most Remote Holler," and Ride the News is where I found the account, and they just interview some people in that particular region, and you can just listen for yourself, and then we'll talk a little bit more about it.
Trying to find out everybody else's business.
People don't know a lot about this part of the country.
This is just old coal country. Scrap, get by.
With the drugs, does that affect everybody, or is that mostly young people?
Well, people back here, they live in buses and campers. Trump took over. We stood up and cheered. It was like a feel-good movie.
As we got closer to the Kentucky-West Virginia border, the businesses disappeared. There were nothing but occasional homes, often dilapidated. People we talked to said they had no clean water and that work was at least an hour away.
So is the water actually brown?
Yeah. I won't drink it. They said it causes cancer.
We drove for miles along the border that separates the states. Then we found this turnoff.
All right, so one person who spoke to us off camera told us it's a very peaceful area until people get drunk or high.
People don't know a lot about this part of the country.
This is just old coal country. There ain't no jobs. There ain't nothing. It's hard to get money around here. I guess that's why there's so many drugs around here. This place is awful about drugs.
How would you describe the people of this part of the country?
Here, everybody is just like trying to find out everybody else's business. The holler is a place that is got two hills on both sides and a road that goes right up the middle. That's all a holler is, and it comes to a dead end. But this is a holler.
This is the armpit of the United States. The cities in Kentucky, they go Democrat, and they tend to follow political agendas and things like that, while the people back here, they live in buses and campers.
So what do you think about the schools?
I'll tell you about the schools. I had 3 grandchildren came home from school, first day of school, all 3 of them gay. In school, they were screwing with them youngins' minds.
I'm wondering, through the stuff that you've seen, through the stuff that like this community goes through, what kind of wisdom people here have that we don't have?
You're more spiritual minded because you're left in a position to where you gotta rely on a power higher than you to get by.
I mean, Eastern Kentucky, very, pro-Trump, Republican. A lot of people around here, they depend on food stamps or, on Social Security.
It doesn't matter. It's the stability of the economy that we depend on. When Biden ran up the inflation, 25%, that meant that my $100,000 that I'd saved for my and my wife's retirement, to help get us through, it was only worth $70,000. So we don't need that. What we need is a president that'll keep things stable.
Everybody around here is good. I can't say I don't love the people here, because I do. I love all of them. They're all good. And a holler is a place that is got 2 hills on both sides in a road that goes right up the middle. That's all a holler is, and it comes to a dead end. But this is a holler.
Some of the poorest parts of our nation, right? That part of Appalachia, Eastern Kentucky, Western West Virginia, up in the mountains, some of the poorest parts of our nation. And yet a billionaire, a malignant narcissist billionaire who's really never worked a day in his life, was able to convince those people that he was their champion. Part of me is like, how sad it is. And the other part of me is like, you get what you pay for, so to speak. But those are the kinds of people that I want to speak to when we go out on the road for Do Something in 2026, the Do Something tour, hashtag Do Something tour. Those are the kind of people that I want to speak to. We can talk about the things that would benefit their families. I mean, you hear it in that one gentleman's voice. It's just like, oh yeah, thank you, Swishy Raiders. Hearts in the chat for Swishy Raiders, please. W's for the Swishy Raiders. Those people are loyal Trump voters, and there's absolutely no reason why. Some of the least educated, short maternal health, life expectancy is short, heavy dependency on schmugs, poverty like most of us never know. Predominantly white, without question. It's just one of these crazy sort of things that misinformation, propaganda, right-wing news, right-wing echo chambers, and hardcore MAGA that has convinced these people that this billionaire narcissist who's literally cutting their benefits as we speak is somehow their champion. We'll talk a little bit more about that because a lot of the data that I'm going to share with you guys from the Manhattan Institute addresses these kinds of things. It's just it's wild how a billionaire somehow convinced people in that part of our country that he is their champion. It's wild. Okay, we'll get back to that in a little bit. I think what I want to first do is President Zelensky was in D.C. yesterday, or actually in Florida. They met at Mar-a-Lago. I just want you to hear the way in which our president, refers to the situation between Ukraine and Russia. Remember, Vladimir Putin is the invading army. Okay, he is the war criminal. He is the one that constantly pays deference to our president, or our president pays deference to him. Here you go at the introduction.
Yes, Ukraine shows that President Putin isn't serious about peace. What is your reaction to that?
No, he's very serious. I think, I can say that I believe Ukraine has made some very strong attacks also. And I don't say that negatively. I think you probably have to. I don't say that negatively. But I think, he hasn't told me that, but there have been some explosions in various parts of Russia. And it looks to me like, I don't know, I don't think it came from the Congo.
Okay. Yeah, that would be, again, sort of just an acknowledgement that, oh, yeah, well, I mean, Ukraine's doing some stuff, too, because I don't want to because I know Vladdy, my daddy, is watching. Remember, Donald, microphone in ear. You say bad things about Kremlin or me, then I bring more PP tapes to public. I share everything. You think Epstein list is bad? Oh, I've got the list, Donald. Remember, that's a good boy. Good boy. Lick your lips now. Good boy. Mm-hmm. Yep, that's right. And then in contrast, when you get to hear somebody like Mark Carney, I'm going to play his sound again.
Yes, Ukraine shows that
in just a minute. But there was more to this little story. As they were sitting around at one of the gold lined coffee tables, conference tables, the president was so concerned about solving, this endless war that he promised he would solve on day one, that he was really focused on something not entirely relevant.
Fine, Margot, if you would. I think you could sit outside and have some food. Would you like to have some food, or do you consider that a bribe, and therefore you cannot write honestly, or therefore you have to write a bad story? Okay, because if you'd like, would you like something to eat at this time? Yes or no? You can speak.
Yes, sir.
Yes? Okay. Margot,
yes, sir.
Take them outside, tell the chef, serve them a little lunch, okay?
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
That should guarantee good stories, but it won't.
Thanks, guys.
They'll only get worse. I should go out of their way to make them worse. He gave us a hamburger.
It's like a backyard cookout to him, right? Worldwide diplomacy. It's literally like a backyard cookout. So here's a little follow up after that particular luncheon, if you will. Here is the president being questioned about that.
So we'll have for any kind of reconstruction of Ukraine post an agreement?
I did. They're going to be helping. Russia's going to be helping. Russia wants to see Ukraine succeed. It sounds a little strange, but I was explaining to the president, President Putin was very generous in his feeling toward Ukraine succeeding, including supplying energy, electricity, and other things at very low prices.
Right. The look on President Zelensky's face when our president says, oh yeah, Russia's totally interested in Ukraine succeeding. Keep in mind that Steve Woodcock and Jared Kushner, we've already talked about this, how Jared Kushner's already making plans for the smart city in Gaza, right, so that they can enrich themselves. Don't forget, part of the peace deal that was negotiated would mean American investor and Western investors can get access to areas in Eastern Ukraine and Western Russia that have been compromised, so to speak. But I'm glad that the president thinks that Vladimir Putin is looking out for Ukraine's best interest. Thank you very much. Thank you for that, NGB. Appreciate you. It's very kind. Thank you. So yeah, that's that. That's great. Great diplomacy there. So then contrast that with Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney. This is what leadership looks like.
Thank you for taking this time just at a crucial moment in this process. Under President Zelensky's leadership, we have the conditions, the possibility of a just and lasting peace. But that requires a willing Russia. And the barbarism that we saw overnight, the attack on Kyiv, shows just how important it is that we stand with Ukraine during this difficult time, and that we create the conditions for this just and lasting peace and a true reconstruction. And I want to underscore something that has happened in recent weeks, is that the development of that possibility under your leadership, and also the prospect of true prosperity for the Ukrainian people. I'll just finish with one point on Canada. We've provided military assistance, further military assistance. We're announcing today further economic assistance for Ukraine, $2.5 billion worth of economic assistance that helps unlock financing from the IMF, from the World Bank, from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, to begin this process of rebuilding. We have an important bilateral meeting and then a meeting virtually with our colleagues from the coalition of the Willing
leadership. We recognize that the Russian Federation and or Vladimir Putin, the fucking war criminal, was the aggressor. And unapologetically, Mark Carney's like, yeah, we got you. We got your back. And Trump's like, yeah, well, I think Ukraine was kind of mean to Russia. Okay. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Super, super good diplomacy. We really appreciate you. Donald said no one ever. Okay. I want to get into a little bit more of this, the missing million, as we'll call it. Everybody keep tapping and sharing, please. Don't forget, we're crowdfunded here. You want to support the channel? Best way to do that, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all at Factsstillmatter. Appreciate you guys. So we'll get into, there's been so many great journalists that have been covering this. Julie K. Brown, we're going to talk about her in just a moment because she's going after the Trump administration now because for some reason they had access to her flight records. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. We also got some additional reporting on the Nassar letter. And this story about Lake Michigan and limo drivers is just so wild. I'm going to try to get into that without reading too much into the graphic details, but it's just part of this intentional distraction campaign that the Department of Justice in particular is putting out there. You don't just find 1 million documents. Katie Fang has been doing some really good reporting on this, and I'll play the sound for you from her because they think, well, the Department of Justice and the Trump administration believes their voters are not the brightest bulbs on the tree, that they would actually believe this. So here you go.
2025. We have a congressman who we trust, Congressman Jamie Raskin, letting Pamela Jo Bondi know, as the head of the DOJ and as the Attorney General of the United States, that in January of 2025, the entirety of the Epstein case files were transferred from where? The Southern District of New York to where? Main Justice, the headquarters of the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C. If that happened in January, how in the actual hell is Todd Blanche now telling the American people that they suddenly discovered 1 million more documents? Where? Well, according to this, they were found by the Southern District of New York. That's what they said on Christmas Eve. The Justice Department said that the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office in the
Thank you for proving my point.
What about the Democrat fraud that Minnesota back? Southern District of New York told the DOJ that they have uncovered over 1 million more documents potentially related to the Jeffrey Epstein case, end quote. Pardon my French, y'all, but get the fuck out of here. We didn't fall off the turnip yesterday, did we?
No.
We know. I've just walked through this. As far back as January, the entirety of the Epstein files were transferred to Main Justice at the DOJ under the supervision, guidance, leadership of Pamela Jo Bondi. And they expect us to believe that they suddenly found 1 million more documents, even though the entire fucking file was transferred to Main Justice in January of 2025? Stop the insanity.
So back in February of this year, in fact, dated February the 27th, on official Office of the Attorney General letterhead, signed by Pamela Jo Bondi, Dear Director Patel, before you came into office, I requested the full and complete files related to Jeffrey. In response to this request, I received approximately 200 pages of documents, which consisted primarily of flight logs, Epstein's contact list, and a list of victims' names and phone numbers. I repeatedly questioned whether this was the full set of documents responsive to my request and was repeatedly assured by the FBI that we had received the full set of documents. Again, this is back in February. Late yesterday, I learned from a source that the FBI field office in New York was in possession of thousands of pages of documents related to the investigation and indictment of Jeffrey. Despite my repeated requests, the FBI never disclosed the existence of these files. When you and I spoke yesterday, you were just as surprised as I was to learn this new information. By 8 a.m. tomorrow, February 28th, the FBI will deliver the full and complete Jeffrey files to my office, including all records, documents, audio and video recordings, and materials related to Jeffrey and his clients. Regardless of how such information was obtained, there will be no withholdings or limitations to my or your access. The DOJ will ensure that any public disclosure of these files will be done in a manner to protect the privacy of victims and in accordance with law, as I've done my entire career as a prosecutor. Okay. I am also directing you to conduct an immediate investigation into why my order to the FBI was not followed. You will deliver me a comprehensive report of your findings and proposed personnel action within 14 days. I appreciate your immediate attention to this matter. I know that we are both committed to transparency for the American people, and I look forward to continuing to work with you to serve our president and the country. Okay. So think about this then, right? So there's the direction from the Department of Justice, from the AG in general, to the Southern District of New York, which is what they're referencing, saying I want anything and everything turned over. So did they just find 1 million? No. You know what this is? This is intentional distraction. This is an attempt to say we need to go through this. We can't release all this information because we have to go through it now because we just got it. and we're still reviewing it, and we've got to go through and redact names. This cover-up is so big. It is just so big. It is just, it's for any, this is the thing. What about Biden? This is the thing. It won't matter to the hardcore MAGA voter. It won't matter. It won't matter. Because you're going to find some way to try to twist and spin and pivot out of this. It's just so ridiculous. I want people to understand this. It's people like this, right? It's people, and I heard it over the weekend. There are people now saying that the young girls, the 13, 14, 15, 16, 17-year-old girls knew what they were getting themselves into? Really? That's the defense you want to make? You don't want to blame, you don't want to use the same energy when it's the men involved, the predators who knew exactly what they were doing to young 13, 14, 15, 16, 17-year-old girls? Nothing to see here though, right? Nothing to see here. Instead, you will go down in history. You will go down in history as people who supported and defended predators. What proof do you need, Stevie Mac? What proof do you need? Do you need video evidence? You don't like proof would be a jury's verdict. That's not good enough for you because you say it's weaponized against you. Claims that he's not in the files and yet he's in the files. Then you say that's AI or that's fake. Documentation connecting financial crimes to the entire network. You'll say that that's made up. Everything that has, first of all, it was a Democratic hoax, right? So what the president has now done, again, to appeal to his followers, is he puts this out.
Smart people don't like me.
Exactly. He puts this out over the weekend.
Now, 1 million more pages on Jeffrey are found. DOJ is being forced to spend all of its time on this Democrat-inspired hoax. When do they say no more and work on election fraud, etc.? The Dems are the ones who work with Jeffrey, not the Republicans. Release all of their names, embarrass them, and get back to helping our country. The radical left doesn't want people talking about Trump and Republican success. Only a long ago dead Jeffrey. Just another witch hunt.
You see, do you ever feel any shame at all? Do you ever feel like, that you're constantly being gaslit, constantly being lied to, constantly? It's like one thing after another. You're trying to pull back up old stories that have been debunked forever. I've seen people talking about E. Jean Carroll saying, well, that dress wasn't even manufactured until 2 years after. That's not true. It was, I did a little bit of research. It was a Donna Karan line. Came out in the fall of 1993. So you're just wrong about that too. It's not that difficult to try to spend some time. Instead, you're just what about your way through everything. Why? Why not make a stand? Say, you know what? I cannot be connected to someone who's preyed on young women and girls. But gifting suspended again. I don't know why that's happening. This is ridiculous. That's crazy. Anyway, the but is, what kind of evidence do you need? Like what more do you need? You didn't accept you didn't accept. Look, see, this is what I'm talking about. You see what I mean? You see? Do you understand the video where that he had a hand on a young girl's shoulders and he was whispering in her ear? That's the video you're talking about. Do you know what that was? That was his granddaughter at his son's funeral. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? See, this is what I'm talking about. That is your response. You don't accept a court, you don't accept a jury verdict. You don't accept witness testimony. You don't accept statements that corroborate evidence. What do you need? What do you need to see? Do you need the video? But then you would say it's AI. What do you need? Honestly, what do you need? It's such a wild flex. You think it's like, I don't know. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning. How are you? I'm a MAGA supporter.
Great. What do you want?
I want to ask you, how can you support the Democrats when they have been proven to be in the Epstein files with Bill Clinton and anyone who supports him? Are you not ashamed of yourself?
I don't support that. I don't support that.
What do you support?
They should all be arrested. Don't you feel the same way?
Yes, all the Democrats should be arrested.
But Donald Trump's innocent?
Yes, of course he is.
Of course he is. Yep. Of course he is. Yep. Exactly. That's trolling because no one could be that stupid. Right? Say it again for those of you in the back. None of us on the left, or not even necessarily people on the left, but people in general who don't support this bullshit don't care who the fuck is responsible. We don't give a shit. We want them all locked up. But I do find it interesting that Bill Clinton came out and said, listen, my name's all over this stuff. I don't care. Go ahead, release everything that's connected to me. I don't care. And what has the president done instead? He said it's a Democratic hoax. MAGA, do you understand that he's guilty? You understand that he's in these files. You understand that his name is all over this shit. You can try to spin this any way you want. You can try anything you want to do. And it just shows us, right? It shows us that you don't care about the things that you claim to care about. If you want to go after Democrats, fine. Lock them all up. None of us give a fuck. None of us care. But how is it that Trump is the only one that's innocent? Exactly. If it's a hoax, then why redact his name? If it's a hoax, why are the DOJ lying about releasing documents? If it's a hoax, why are there numerous stories that can continually include the president from documents that were in the possession of the DOJ? How can it be a hoax? The answer is it can't be. So that's the letter from Pam Bondi. This whole 1 million files thing is just fucking crazy. Absolutely crazy. So I want to go back and revisit the Larry Nassar letter, because people are now trying to say that the letter is fake. Well, the letter is not fake. Okay, the letter is not fake. It's not. It's been in the possession of the Department of Justice going back to 2019. There's a story that was reported on by the AP. The title of the headline is Lies, Complaints, and Larry Nassar, Takeaways from the Records Detailing Epstein's Final Days. This is dated June 2nd, 2023. Nearly 4 years after Epstein's passing, thousands of pages of records obtained by the AP are shedding new light on the financier's time behind bars and a frantic response by federal corrections officials to his death. The documents, including emails between jail officials and psychological evaluations, offer a fuller picture of Jeffrey as he awaited trial on trafficking charges at the now shuttered Metropolitan Correctional Center in Nassau. He allegedly unalived himself in the federal jail in 2019. In the days and weeks that followed, corrections officials struggled to explain how such a high-profile detainee had managed to take his own life. Yeah, it is shocking how that happened. The records show how he was moved from the jail's general population to specialized housing, and how he was briefly on self-unaliving watch before being downgraded to psychiatric observation, his status when he unalived himself. From the 4,000 pages of documents, this is what they concluded. He was agitated. Jeffrey was anxious and despondent during much of his time in prison, prompting concern from guards and psychological experts about his mental state. He complained often about jail life, including poor sleep, constipation, the color of his uniform, and his treatment by other detainees. The noise from a broken toilet in his cell left him sitting in the corner with his hands over his ears, according to one psychologist. But despite his litany of complaints, he insisted that he wouldn't take his own life, even after he was discovered on his cell's floor with a strip of bedsheet around his neck and placed on self-unaliving watch for 31 hours. Everybody keep tapping, please. He denied that he was contemplating taking his own life, which he said was against his Jewish religion. Plus, he added, quote, he was a coward, yeah, no shit, who didn't like pain. He described having a wonderful life, a psychological evaluation stated. He said it would be crazy to take his life. He furthered, I would not do that to myself. Among the new revelations was an attempt by Jeffrey to reach out to another notorious P3DO, Larry Nassar, the USA Gymnastics team doctor convicted of abusing scores of young athletes. A letter sent by Jeffrey to Nassar was found returned to sender in the jail's mailroom weeks after his death. It appeared he mailed it out and it was returned back to him, the investigator said, who found the letter, told a corrections official by mail, I'm not sure if I should open it or should we hand it over to anyone. The letter itself wasn't included among the documents turned over to the AP, which also don't indicate that what became of that letter. We know what became of that letter. It has been in possession of the FBI forever since then. So we can completely just eliminate the fact that letter was fake. It was real. It was reported on 3 years ago. It was in possession of the DOJ through the Bureau of Prisons. We know it exists. We know it exists. What we don't know is because the Department of Justice has not provided information. They claim to have done a handwriting analysis. They claim to have. They claim to have done a handwriting analysis on it. We don't have that. So we know the letter exists. We know it's real. We know what it says. He was found unalived on the morning of August the 10th, 2019, having hung himself with a bedsheet. According to the medical examiner, hours earlier, he appears to have successfully deceived jail guards one last time by telling them he wanted to talk on the phone with his mother, who had been unalive for 15 years. A correctional officer escorted him to a shower area around 7 p.m., where he was permitted to make a 15-minute social call. Reports later indicated that he had phoned his 30-year-old girlfriend. Weeks after his passing, a warden questioned why an employee had failed to follow policy by allowing him to make an unmonitored phone call. The document shed light on the lurching response by the Bureau of Prisons, or BOP, in the critical hours after his death. In one email, a prosecutor involved in Jeffrey's criminal case complained to an agency lawyer that it was, quote, frankly unbelievable that the agency was issuing, gifting has been suspended. I don't know why. I've got an agency. Hopefully they can solve this problem for me. I've been asking. If you're out there, agency, please help me out. Thank you. Everybody keep tapping. Don't forget, you want to support the channel. Best way to do so is Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, at Factsstillmatter. Or go to Facts HQ, buy some merch. Thank you. In one email, a prosecutor involved in this criminal case complained to an agency lawyer that it was, quote, frankly unbelievable that the agency was issuing public news releases before telling us basic information so that we can relay this to his attorneys, who can relay that to his family. In another email, the prosecutor wrote of getting, quote, increasingly frantic calls from his lawyers. We need to know as soon as possible the very basic facts, such as time and cause of death at the absolute minimum, wrote the prosecutor, whose name was redacted. It has now been hours since this was reported publicly, the prosecutor wrote, adding that it was extraordinarily frustrating to have to tell them that we have less information than the press does. As news outlets began reporting details of the agency's failings, a high-ranking federal official made the apparently baseless suggestion to the agency's director that reporters must have been paying jail employees for information. Epstein's passing touched off a wave of anger towards the BOP and questions about the operation of the Metropolitan Correctional Center. In an internal memo, officials blamed, quote, seriously reduced staffing levels, improper or lack of training, and follow-up and oversight for his passing. 2 guards who were supposed to be watching Epstein on the night of his death were found to have falsified records, admitting to napping and browsing the internet instead of monitoring the high-profile inmate. The documents show other efforts to implement reforms, such as requiring jail captains to review footage, ensuring that guards are completing their rounds every 30 minutes. Jail officials say they would allow psychological experts to play a larger role in determining how housing decisions are made. In some respects, officials may have overcorrected. A memo sent to the BOP directly shortly after Epstein's passing warned that wardens were, quote, defaulting to leaving inmates on self-unaliving watch longer than the psychologists have advised. By 2021, the Metropolitan Correctional Center had closed down. An investigation by the Justice Department's Inspector General is still ongoing. So, okay. So, because of good reporting and because of the fact that we're willing to do the work here, we determined that this letter just did not just show up. It had always been in possession of the Department of Justice. Here it is. The letter comes out. We can corroborate it. We don't know exactly who wrote it, unless it was somebody in the prison who wrote it. somebody was thinking ahead that the Epstein Transparency Act would be passed. Like, did Joe Biden go back in time? Did Joe Biden go back in time and coordinate a fraud campaign inside the prison walls? You know, Joe Biden, who apparently is so mentally incapable he can't even walk and chew gum at the same time. Did he go back and coordinate that? Did he go back and instruct somebody to write a letter and hide it for a few years, just in enough time so when the Epstein Transparency Act gets signed into law, that would then have to be released? So you see, it's not fake. It's not a fraud. It's not a hoax. The survivors are real. They are real women, young girls, children at the time, who were assaulted and abused by predators. Period. And people that are in the MAGA movement right now are defending predators. You are choosing to believe the lies. You are choosing to believe the lies. The Bureau of Prisons has a lot of questions that they need to answer for. Todd Blanche, in part of this infamous interview he did on Meet the Press, which was just wild, the amount of spinning and deflecting that he did. Let me see if I can find it for you. The things that he did in this interview to try to justify his incompetence and his blatant corruption. Here you go. This is wild. This specifically, this particular segment I'm gonna play for you is about when he went to visit Ghislaine Maxwell. You know, and then just coincidentally, she gets moved from this high-profile, low security prison to like a club fed. Just listen to his answers.
Ghislaine Maxwell, who was, of course, convicted in 2021 for her role in helping Jeffrey Epstein traffic his victims. In July, you interviewed her in Florida, where she was serving a 20-year sentence in federal prison. Just a week later, Maxwell was moved to a more permissive prison camp in Texas. Why was she moved just days after you interviewed her, Mr. Blanche?
Yeah, why?
So that's a Bureau of Prison Security issue that I will not talk about.
Did you have anything to do with it? Did you have anything to do with it?
Let me finish. First of all, I am responsible for the Bureau of Prisons. So every decision.
Okay, you're responsible for the Bureau of Prisons, but the Bureau of Prisons made this decision autonomously? So make up your fucking mind.
That they make lands on my desk to the extent it needs to. But just let me talk about the security issue. At the time that I met Miss Maxwell, there was a tremendous amount of scrutiny and publicity towards her, and the institution she was in, she was suffering numerous threats against her life.
Oh, I'm sorry. You mean the 20-year convicted felon who was abusing young girls and trafficking them to despicable men was really uncomfortable, didn't like the sheets, didn't like the sloppy joes on Tuesdays? Aw.
So the BOP is not only responsible for putting people in jail and making sure they stay in jail, but also for their safety. And so she was moved. She is in federal prison. She was in federal prison before. She's in federal prison now. She's doing 20 years because she was convicted. And the fact that she was moved, she might be moved to another institution tomorrow if security requires it. And that's true of any federal inmate across this country.
Are you kidding me? My guy. Yes, we turned off comments. Thank you, Sam. I was just going to do that. Our mod team is aware of the bots, guys. Give them some patience. We'll get through it. I promise. We'll turn off the comments for now. We'll turn them back on later. If you guys can help us out, get us to 150,000 likes ASAP. Hopefully that will help push the algorithm, and that might help us avoid some of the bots that are out there. So thank you, Sam, for doing that. I appreciate you guys very, very much. That's how stupid Todd Blanche thinks MAGA voters are. Well, she was a victim. She didn't like how she was being treated. People were talking bad about her. So we had to move her to a spot where she gets puppy yoga and macrame class on Tuesdays and gets chefs to come in and prepare meals for her and gets private time. She gets to be sequestered away from watching eyes. She has a special VIP list. Oh yeah, but nothing to see here. So Todd Blanche The Bureau of Prisons made that decision. Listen to the beginning of this again.
I do want to ask you about Ghislaine Maxwell, who was, of course, convicted in 2021 for her role in helping Jeffrey Epstein traffic his victims. In July, you interviewed her in Florida, where she was serving a 20-year sentence in federal prison. Just a week later, Maxwell was moved to a more permissive prison camp in Texas. Why was she moved just days after you interviewed her, Mr. Blanche?
So that's a Bureau of Prison Security issue that I will not talk about.
Did you have anything to do with it? Did you have anything to do with it?
Let me finish. First of all, I am responsible for the Bureau of Prisons.
Okay.
So every decision that they make lands on my desk to the extent it needs to.
Okay. So why, she asked you, why did you make that decision, my guy? Why did you make it? And your answer is, well, you know, okay. Welker, why was Ghislaine Maxwell moved just days after you interviewed her? Blanche, so that's a Bureau of Prison Security issue that I will not talk about. Welker, did you have anything to do with it? Well, I'm responsible for the Bureau of Prisons. Every decision that they make lands on my desk to the extent of the law. You really think they were this stupid? Excuse me. They really think that we're this stupid. They really do. They really think that we're this stupid. How can you can't have it both ways. You can't be the guy that's ultimately responsible and then say, I wasn't responsible, they did it. More of the cover-up. More of the cover-up. Mew, adjust this. Thank you, Mew. I appreciate you. The $5 train has been started. Thank you very, very much. So all of this to say that every single day the cover-up gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And there are people in this country, and we're going to talk about this in just a minute because I'm going to give you some of this data, which was, a lot of it didn't surprise me, to be honest, but some of it really did. You know, one of the things that I did learn from this research the Manhattan Institute did is that overwhelmingly so, the bulk, this was a survey done between of 3,000 Republicans, some Trump voters, some non-Trump voters, but the overwhelming majority of them believe conspiracy theories, or are more inclined to believe conspiracy theories, right? So Donald Trump makes this reference, I should say, the President of the United States makes this reference to wanting the DOJ to get back to work to root out election fraud. Well, there's a little montage that I found. If you want to talk about election fraud, let's have that conversation, okay? Here you go.
You still love WikiLeaks?
I know nothing about WikiLeaks. It's not my thing.
Dominion was suing Fox for $1.6 billion, saying that the network showed complete and utter disregard for truth and facts and accuracy when they allowed guests and hosts to push false conspiracy theories that the 2020 election had been stolen from Donald Trump.
This $1.6 billion case has been settled by both Dominion Voting Systems and Fox News.
So we want to be accurate. Someone received Rosemary Hartle's ballot in the mail and then cast it. Who did this?
Okay, this is a really interesting part. So when Tucker was on the air before he lost his job in disgrace, he's talking about a case where this woman's ballot was mailed in, and he's trying to make the argument that this was an obvious example of election fraud, and it should be investigated. Don't forget, Dominion sued Fox and won $750 billion, right? Wasn't it $750 billion? Tucker lost his job. All kinds of other people had to go on record basically apologizing for their bullshit. So this is an interesting segment of this particular story here. You can listen to this.
It's fraud. It's a threat to our system, and it's being hidden by a news media totally vested in a Joe Biden presidency.
It was disbelief.
Kirk Hartle said he was surprised when he found out his wife, who died in 2017, had sent in a mail-in ballot.
Well, now that man, the husband, has just been charged with 2 felony counts of voter fraud.
Shocker.
He's actually the one who cast the ballot in the name of his dead wife.
An excerpt from former National Security Advisor Bolton's new book claims President Trump asked the Chinese president to help him win re-election, alluding to China's economic capability to affect the ongoing campaigns, pleading with Chinese President Xi to ensure that he, Trump, would win.
What the Republicans do in 2010 is use gerrymandering as a blunt force, a partisan weapon, in order to govern from the minority.
Former White House Chief of Staff for the Trump administration has been removed from voter rolls in North Carolina as the state investigates allegations he committed voter fraud.
It would be laughable if this wasn't so dangerous.
You start doing ballots like this.
Rudy Giuliani on Fox Sunday spinning his latest false conspiracy theory about an American voting machine company, a bizarre take involving George Soros, votes being counted in Spain, and dead strongman Hugo Chavez.
A company that has close ties with Venezuela and therefore China.
False.
Okay, sir, and what about the bombshell source that you said you had, who had all the proof that the election was stolen? Tell us about your investigation of this witness's claims. Question. I take it from your testimony that you or your team didn't interview this man? Answer. I didn't interview him. Question. You said the story was credible. Do you have any knowledge about this source that led you to believe he was credible? Answer. Giuliani. No.
Have any of the machines been looked at? He had said that one was looked at in Georgia.
There weren't any physical issues with machines on those inspections.
Now, this was 2 weeks before former President Trump issued his infamous tweet imploring his supporters to come to a big protest in D.C. on January 6th, saying, "It will be wild," or "will be wild."
Trump offered to pardon Julian Assange if he denied Russia helped to leak hacked Democrats' documents that was damaging to his opponent Hillary Clinton to help him win the election. Donald Trump Jr. communicated with real time with WikiLeaks about his father's ongoing presidential campaign. The same WikiLeaks the U.S. intelligence community calls a hostile intelligence service, Fox News and Dominion Voting Systems Fox News paid Dominion nearly $800 million to avert a trial in the voting machine company's lawsuit that would have exposed how the network promoted lies about the 2020 presidential election. Hartle, 55, had faced 2 felony charges in a criminal complaint alleging that he used his dead wife's ballot. Hartle's wife, Rosemary Hartle, passed away in 2017 at the age of 52. Kevin Hartle is an executive at Ahern Rentals, a company that hosted a re-election campaign event in September of 2020 for then President Trump. Ahern Rentals also owns a Las Vegas hotel at which a national group espousing fringe Q conspiracy theories met in October of that year for an event with speakers featured on Fox, Newsmax, the Victory Channel, OAN, and other sites favored by Trump. Trump asked and was pleading for the president of China to help him win elections in America. Trump issued pardons to several allies who supported his claims that the 2020 presidential election was rigged, including Mark Meadows, who served as the White House chief of staff during Trump's first presidency. But again, nothing to see here. Mark Meadows, Trump's chief of staff, busted for voting fraud, tried to vote out of state. So no comments from the cheap seats, right? I know we have to turn the comments off again. Let me just check in with my team here. Anything you guys need me to do? I know. We're gonna be battling the bots for a while. Okay. Anyway, so no comments from our friends on the right when they want to address these kinds of things. You know, that's the problem when you have Tucker, who was popular voice, creating this story about the Hartle family, that the husband was so surprised. Oh, it requires investigation. No, dude, it was him. He got arrested for it. He went to jail for it. But again, nothing to see here. Okay, that's fine. Nothing at all. Whatever. Speaking of pardons, and we're going to go through some of the most egregious. I think we're going to do that now. A recent one that I haven't talked about enough is a gentleman by the name of David Gentile. David Gentile was a private equity executive. He reported to prison on November the 14th to start a 7-year sentence for a $1.6 billion scheme that defrauded thousands of victims. Quote, "I lost my whole life savings," one person added. "I am now living from check to check." Trump commuted Gentile's sentence 12 days later, freeing him from prison. We're truly living in a golden age for rich criminals with no connections to the White House, not so much for everyone else. Again, nothing to see here, right? Nothing to see here. Okay, that's fine. Let's talk about some of the most controversial pardons, because I think, hang on a second, we don't talk about this enough. Try enabling sub only. Let me see here. That would be tough because we don't really do much subscribers anymore. We're fine. I'm not going to worry about it. Some of the infamous pardons issued by the president go back to his first administration. We'll cover those. We'll include these in our conversation about the ones we're going to talk about now. Roger Stone lied to Congress, witness tampering, obstruction in the Russia investigation. Paul Manafort, tax fraud, bank fraud, conspiracy. Michael Flynn lying to the FBI about contacts with Russia's ambassador. Joe Arpaio, criminal contempt for defying a court order to stop unconstitutional racial profiling. Pardon before his sentence. It undercuts judicial authority and civil rights enforcement. Charles Kushner, Jared's dad. Tax evasion, witness tampering, including hiring a prostitute to entrap a witness. Father of Trump's son-in-law, seen as nepotistic, whatever. Steve Bannon, federal fraud charges tied to the We Build the Wall fundraising scheme. Blackwater contractors, 4 private security contractors who unalived 14 Iraqi civilians in 2007 were pardoned. Dinesh D'Souza, campaign finance violations. Eddie Gallagher, convicted on a battlefield misconduct charge. Others were acquitted as well. And then we go into this whole group of people. J6, we know that, the blanket pardons, including Enrique Tarrio, Proud Boys leader, sentenced to 22 years in prison for seditious conspiracy, which is treason. Stuart Rhodes, Oath Keeper founder, also sentenced for seditious conspiracy, 18 years. His sentence was commuted. Christopher John Worrell, convicted rioter, pardon included in the mass action. Ross Ulbricht, January 21st, day 1 of the presidency. Life sentence for running a dark web marketplace called Silk Road, drug trafficking, money laundering, hacking conspiracies. Critics say pardoning someone convicted of facilitating major narcotics and cybercrime offenses contradicts law enforcement priorities. What about Biden? Donald Trump is pro-criminal and pro-crime. CZ, Changpeng, from CZ Zhao from Binance. We know about this one. Pardoned on October 23rd. Guilty plea for failure to maintain an effective anti-money laundering program. Paid billions of dollars in fines. Seen as favoring the wealthy. Shocker that CZ and Binance really helped World Liberty Financial get off the ground, which is Trump's kids' little crypto hobby. But nothing to see here, right? Rod Blagojevich, former Illinois governor. Political corruption. His conviction was based on political corruption. Attempted sale of a Senate seat. Trump had previously commuted his sentence, and then he just decided to double down and just pardon the entire thing. George Santos, fraud and identity theft, multiple counts. Anti-abortion activists, 23 were pardoned, violating the Freedom of Access to Clinics Entrance Act, or FACE Act, crimes related to blocking clinics and intimidation. Various business figures, crypto executives, corporate entities, business allies. The list goes on and on. The list goes on and on. Violent Capitol, January 6th, insurrectionist traitors, some that tased cops, Daniel Rodriguez, people like that, Andrew Take, people like that. Yeah, again, nothing to see here though, right? Yeah, it's fine. Totally fine. You see, the problem that many of us have with this whole, the GOP is the party of law and order, you're not. You can never say you are ever again. You can't. You've lost that argument too. Primarily because your argument is, what about Biden? Biden pardoned his son. I would be more than happy to have the conversation with you about pardons, quite frankly. If you want to have those conversations, let's have them. Let's have those conversations. I have no issues at all saying maybe the presidential pardon power goes too far. Sure. But miss me with your bullshit. Okay? I'm going to give you the names of a few more. Of a few more. Hang on. Let me see here. These are people who were pardoned by the president who were recharged. Andrew Paul Johnson, pardoned for his J6 participation. He was then arrested on multiple child SA charges in Florida, including lewd and lascivious child molestation of a child under 12 years old. That guy, pardoned. Daniel Charles Ball, pardoned for his involvement in J6, rearrested just 1 day after the pardon, charged with weapons offenses, illegal possession of a firearm and ammunition as a convicted felon, originally had prior and numerous domestic violence battery cases, including strangulation. That was on his record before J6, and yet he just got pardoned. Zachary Jordan Alam, previously convicted for J6 among other felonies, and pardoned under the clemency waive. Arrested again in May of this year for a home invasion burglary, later convicted in October for 2 felonies related to that burglary. And then several others pardoned or with alleged or have committed severe crimes since, including child SA, possession of child sexual abuse material or CSAM, violent assaults, reckless homicide while drunk driving, weapons violations, etc., 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 etc. But nothing to see here, right? That's totally fine. Nothing to see. The worst part about all of this to me is you guys don't even attempt to defend it, you being MAGA, the what about Biden crowd. Instead, you will just say Biden pardoned his kid. That's all you'll say. You won't address the crimes. You won't. Many of you just don't see the 1,600 or so pardons that were issued by the president. And by the way, Donald Trump holds the record for pardons. The Joe Biden count is commutations. A lot of death row inmates that have served their time, that commute the rest of their sentence, or commute the sentence of a low-level drug offender. You can't even compare the two, but that's what you'll do. That's fine. You can do that. Nothing to see here. Some of the most controversial pardons in Biden's case, Hunter. In December, Biden granted his son a full and unconditional pardon for all federal offenses committed from January 1st, 2014 to December 1st, 2024. The pardon eventually covered felony gun-related convictions and tax crimes after his surprising guilty plea. That drew sharp criticism because Biden had repeatedly said earlier that he would not pardon his son, although he didn't technically say that. He said, at this time, I don't see a reason to pardon him. Some critics argued the pardon was motivated by politics or family loyalty, which raises concerns about fairness, abuse of pardon power, and undermining trust in the justice system. Fair criticisms. Fair. But we're talking about, by the way, MAGA likes to complain that Trump couldn't get a fair trial in New York. Hunter Biden was tried in Delaware. He's like a native son of Delaware and was convicted in Delaware. Okay? And you want to criticize the President Biden for pardoning his son? No problem. Let's compare. Full and unconditional pardon for his tax crimes and his gun charge compared to people who were pardoned who had previous arrests for violence, including strangulation, domestic violence, and CSAM. Do you think they're the same? Do you think they're the same? Of course you'll say, no, the Hunter situation's worse because he's the president's kid. Also, controversial pardons under President Biden. Mass clemency for nonviolent drug and other. Okay, we're back. On December the 12th, 2024, in what has been described as the largest single-day act of clemency in modern U.S. history, Biden commuted the sentence of 1,500 people and pardoned 39 convicted of nonviolent crimes. While supporters praised the move as correcting overly harsh sentencing of low-level offenders and addressing racial sentencing inequities, critics pointed out that among those pardoned were individuals with serious past crimes, fraud, embezzlement, and municipal corruption. Okay, raising fears that clemency was too broad and might benefit dangerous or high-risk individuals. Some say this mass clemency may undermine deterrence and public safety by erasing long sentences for serious crimes. Also, December 23rd, 2024, Biden commuted the sentence of 37 individuals on federal death row, converting death sentences to life imprisonment without parole. So your pro-life crowd, you should be okay with that. Because if you're pro-life, you could obviously wouldn't support the death penalty now, would you? Of course not, because that would be entirely hypocritical of you, right? Among them were people convicted of very serious violent crimes, including murder. Again, sentences commuted, not released from jail, just taken off of death row. Many victims' families, law enforcement advocates, and some communities protested, arguing this undermined justice for grievous offenses and denied closure. Preemptive pardons for family members and for allies. In the final hours of his presidency, Biden issued preemptive pardons to several family members, his siblings, and their spouses, shielding them from future federal prosecution. Shocker. Wouldn't have had to do that if our man-child, who's now sitting behind the Resolute desk, didn't go out publicly saying, I'm going after you. We know Kash Patel had a list. We know he did. He admitted it during his podcast before he became the FBI director. He talked about it, including some of the names that he's already gone after. Adam Schiff, members of the J6 committee. That was in their crosshairs. If the president didn't say that, now do I think they should have gotten pardons? I don't know. Probably not. They have nothing to hide. But they did, only because of what the man-child said. Okay. That's fine. No problem. Biden issued what they refer to as preemptive pardons to several family members, his siblings, and their spouses, shielding them from future federal prosecution. Legal scholars and critics argue this sets a troubling precedent and uses executive clemency as blanket political insurance rather than targeted mercy. Some domestic and international observers worry this kind of broad pardon undermines public faith and equal justice under the law. I think that's reasonable, right? Again, like I said, we can talk about the pardon, the presidential pardon power and whether it's gone too far. But comparing what Joe Biden did to what Donald Trump has done, you can't compare them. You can't. Many see the Hunter Biden as the single most controversial. They think the president pardoning his son is the most controversial. Okay, if that's the most controversial that we have, then someone explain to me CZ. Someone explain to me Andrew Take. Someone explain to me Daniel Rodriguez. Those are violent offenders. Violent offenders who not only did they assault police officers, etc., convicted of their crimes, in some cases some pled guilty, but they had records before. So when you're evaluating someone's worthiness of being pardoned, shouldn't that come into account? Probably not though, right? Okay, fine. Nothing to see here. All right. Let me see here. What do I want to play now for you guys? We're going to talk a little bit about J.D. Vance today because he's relevant when we start talking about the future of the Republican Party for obvious reasons. But here's a little montage of J.D. Vance, and I'll be right back.
Who never forgets where he came from. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
I don't know who I'm going to vote for. I'm definitely not going to vote for Trump. My current plan is to vote either third party or, as I joke to my wife, I might write in my dog. What Trump is just another opioid. I can't stomach Trump. I think that he's noxious and is leading the white working class to a very dark place. There is definitely an element of Donald Trump support that has its basis in racism or xenophobia. I agree with you on Trump. I don't think he actually cares about folks. I think that he's leading people in a very dark direction. And that's ultimately what worries me the most about Trump. Trump is a really bad candidate, and frankly, I think a really bad person.
I officially accept your nomination to be Vice President of the United States of America.
That's J.D. Vance for you. Right. Anything that's politically convenient will work for him. Anything. Hang on 1 second. I'm just checking in to see if there's anything going on with By the way, thank you, mods. You guys are the best. Obviously, trying to keep the trash in the dumpster, so to speak. Okay. My point in this whole thing, in especially as it relates to the whole Jeffrey shit, is that this entire administration is just led by incompetent, corrupt individuals who are malevolent, cruel, and incompetent. It's a bad combination. It's really a bad combination. Politically convenient. J.D. Vance is a snake. You know, he got called out. He got called out big time by Susie Wiles in that Vanity Fair story. I'm still, my gut still tells me that she's going to leave. And she's going to do that because she wants to be on Marco Rubio's team. She wants to separate herself from this administration, which is completely incompetent. All right. So we're going to get into the whole Doge piece, but I want to talk about how the administration has now been going after a reporter. Okay? Someone who's been covering the Jeffrey files, for quite some time. An investigative reporter who covered J.E.'s crimes has called out the DOJ after discovering that her flight details from the day he was arrested appear in the Jeffrey files. Journalist Julie K. Brown has been credited with reactivating the investigation into Jeffrey's abuse of young girls, when the Miami Herald published her interviews with victims in November of 2018, headlined "Perversion of Justice." Brown spoke to around 80 alleged victims of Jeffrey with her work, leading to a George Polk Award in the category of justice reporting. On Sunday, Brown posted a redacted document detailing flights she took on July 6, 2019, during Trump's first administration. That same day, Epstein was arrested by federal agents. He was charged in the Southern District of New York with 1 count of trafficking of minors and 1 count of conspiracy to commit trafficking of minors. Quote, "Does somebody at the DOJ want to tell me why my American Airlines booking information and flights in July 2019 are part of the Jeffrey files attached to a grand jury subpoena?" She posted on X. "As the flight itinerary includes my maiden name and I did book this flight, why was the DOJ monitoring me?" On her Substack, Brown noted that while she expected her name to appear in the Epstein files due to her extensive reporting on his crimes in Southern Florida, she was shocked to see her travel itinerary included in the released documents. The Daily Beast has contacted Brown, the White House, and the DOJ for comment. The DOJ needs to explain why travel information and booking itineraries for a journalist are in the Jeffrey files. The Oversight Dems X account posted in response to this revelation. He pleaded guilty to solicitation of prostitution with a minor under the age of 18 in June of 2008, following a criminal investigation into the well-connected financier, which began in March of 2005. He was released in July of 2009 after serving less than 13 months and being allowed to work at his newly formed Florida Science Foundation for 12 hours a day at the minimum security facility where he was incarcerated. Let out of jail. Brown's reporting in 2018 helped to reopen the FBI's investigation, which led to his arrest. He died in jail allegedly on August 10th, 2019. The bipartisan Epstein Transparency Act, which President Trump signed into law, has been drip feeding a slew of documents related to the late offender. The Justice Department missed a December the 19th deadline. We know about that. Who led for the push for more documents to be released. We're talking about inherent contempt charges potentially against Pam Bondi, which then would allow Congress and not the DOJ to actually arrest her and kind of haul her in. This entire thing, I don't want to. I talked about this last week. We will continue to cover this, right? You're probably aware of the Lake Michigan thing. I don't want to re-traumatize people. You're probably aware of the limo driver thing. Again, I don't want to re-traumatize people. This information is out there. I don't think it's necessary to get into the gory details of it. We know what a despicable, absolutely vile human being that Donald Trump is. We know the things that he said about women, bragged about having sex in common with his daughter, walked in on Miss Teen USA pageant contestants, bragged about grabbing women by the pussy, said he'd be dating a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know all that. We know all that. We know of his relationship with Jeffrey. We know he's in the files. We know there are allegations against him. We know that there's court cases against him, mentioning him name, the violent things that he did to young women and girls. We know all that shit. To me, that is the most important thing to never forget is the violations of young women and girls and how big this cover-up goes. How big it goes. It is beyond what any of us, I won't speak for anybody else. It's beyond what I could have ever imagined as to how deep this goes. Just because the amount of people that are stepping in to protect the predators. But what about Biden? Nothing to see here. So now we've got journalists who are covering the story. Why was their flight information tracked? Why was their flight information included? Why was there 1 million documents that were just suddenly found? Dick Durbin, who is the minority leader, or I should say the ranking member from the Democratic side on the Judiciary Committee, which the Judiciary Committee is one of the most powerful committees in all of Congress, the Senate Judiciary. By the way, the Senate Judiciary, chaired by Marco Rubio back during the first Trump administration, was also the ones that said, oh yeah, Russia absolutely interfered in the 2016 election. No doubt about it. Just for revisionist history purposes. But Dick Durbin has been completely dissatisfied, as many of us have been, with Pam Bondi. And their relationship, their contentious relationship, goes back to this summer. Because on July the 18th, I won't read you the whole letter, but I'll read you part of it. Dick Durbin, from his U.S. Senate letterhead, sent this to Honorable Pam Bondi. Dear Attorney General Bondi, on July 7, the DOJ and the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, released an unsigned memorandum regarding the Trump administration's exhaustive review of investigative holdings relating to Jeffrey. This memorandum made 2 official findings. 1, quote, the systemic review revealed no incriminating client list. And 2, after a thorough investigation, FBI investigators conclude that J.E. unalived himself in his cell in the Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York on August 10, 2019. The first finding directly contradicts public statements you have repeatedly made. On February 21, 17 days after your confirmation as Attorney General, you were asked directly by Fox News America Reports host John Roberts, quote, DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein clients. Will that really happen? Your response was, quote, it's sitting on my desk right now to review. On February 27th, you released binders of documents related to Jeffrey to conservative influencers and commentators. But despite the major media event the White House staged around this release, these files were largely already publicly available. After intense blowback from this incident, you appeared on another Fox show, Life, Liberty, Levin, and claimed that, quote, a whistleblower told you that New York SDNY was sitting on thousands of pages of documents that we will get everything, that you were assured there was more, and that the country would eventually see the full files. I read you that about how she demanded this back in February from Kash Patel, apparently never got it. We know the claims about the client list is complete bullshit, because we also know that Kash Patel testified and said that Jeffrey Epstein only trafficked girls to himself. Really? Really? You want people to believe that? Okay. According to information Dick Durbin's office has received, you then pressure the FBI to put approximately 1,000 personnel in its Information Management Division, including the Record Information Dissemination Sections, or RIDS, which handles all requests submitted by the public under FOIA, the Freedom of Information Act, and the Privacy Act, on 24-hour shifts to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related documents in order to produce more documents that could be then released on an arbitrarily short deadline. This effort, which reportedly took place from March 14 to the end of March, was haphazardly supplemented by hundreds of FBI New York field office personnel, many of whom lacked the expertise to identify statutorily protected information regarding child victims and child witnesses or properly handle FOIA requests. My office was told these personnel were instructed to, quote, flag any records in which President Trump was mentioned. Notably, in 2002, Mr. Trump said of Mr. Epstein, quote, I've known Jeff for 15 years, terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side, unquote. Just yesterday, it was reported that the department had previously reviewed a leather-bound album comprised of dozens of letters from Mr. Epstein's friends in celebration of his 50th birthday in 2003. The letters were collected by Mr. Epstein's partner, Ghislaine Maxwell, and included one from President Trump that allegedly contains several lines of typewritten text framed by the outline of a naked woman, which appears to be hand-drawn with a heavy marker. And the future president's signature is a squiggly Donald below her waist. Despite tens of thousands of personnel hours reviewing and re-reviewing these related records over the course of 2 weeks in March, it took DOJ more than 3 additional months to officially find there is, quote, no incriminating client list, and the memorandum which with this finding includes no mention of the whistleblower or additional documents, the existence of which you publicly claimed on February 27th. The second finding in the July 7 memorandum does not contradict any official statement from DOJ and accords with the DOJ Inspector General's investigation into the Bureau of Prisons' custody of Jeffrey Epstein. However, public skepticism of the government's transparency in this matter has been needlessly increased due to your release of surveillance video from outside of the jail leading up to his death, which the July 7th memorandum described as full raw footage. In fact, the footage was likely modified according to the metadata embedded in the video. Given the serious questions about veracity of your public statements regarding the Epstein-related records in the DOJ's possession and the effect those questions are having on the public's ability to trust the DOJ's July 7 findings, that there's no incriminating client list, I ask that you provide the following information and materials no later than August 1st of this year. Have you personally reviewed the DOJ files? Have you personally reviewed all files in the DOJ's possession related to Jeffrey? Reasonable question. The records the DOJ released on February the 27th did not include a client list. Why did you publicly claim on February 21st that the client list was sitting on your desk right now to review? If it was not a client list, what was sitting on your desk at that moment? Number 3, please provide the names and titles of the Department of Ethics officials with whom you consulted on your potential conflict of interest in this matter, and any records or materials released to this consultation. Number 4, when did the whistleblower disclose to you that thousands of pages of additional Epstein-related content existed? Through what process did the whistleblower make this disclosure to you? Was the whistleblower disclosure provided to Congress? Did the DOJ identify additional documents based on the whistleblower's disclosure? Number 5, aside from the negative backlash you received over the February 27th recorded release, what was the purpose of placing almost 1,000 FBI IMD personnel on 24-hour shifts to review the Epstein-related records over the course of a 2-week period in March? Who made the decision to reassign hundreds of New York field office personnel to do this review? Why were personnel told to flag records in which President Trump was mentioned? Please list all political appointees and senior DOJ officials involved in the decision to flag records in which President Trump was mentioned. What happened to the records mentioning President Trump once they were flagged? Is there a log of records mentioning President Trump? If yes, please transmit a copy of that log to the committee of the Office of the Inspector General. Number 8, did personnel review any correspondence to Mr. Epstein, including letters compiled in a leather-bound album as part of this year's review? Did personnel review any correspondence between President Trump and Mr. Epstein, including a letter in the reported leather-bound album as part of this year's review? Why is the July 7th memorandum making 2 official findings regarding the Jeffrey Epstein unsigned by any DOJ or FBI official? Please describe in detail the process that occurred in the 3-month period between April and July after the March review of the documents that led to the findings in the July 7 memorandum. Please list all political appointees and senior DOJ officials involved. Please list all political appointees and senior DOJ officials involved in drafting the letter. Why does the July 7th memorandum describe the surveillance footage as full raw video when it was modified? Please describe in detail all of the modifications made to the full raw surveillance footage before its publication. In short, what that letter did was almost like the key to the Epstein Transparency Act, because the Department of Justice, Pam Bondi, did not respond to any of this shit. None of it. It is one big fucking lie after another. But nobody on the right cares. What about Biden? Let me just check in here real quick. Hang on. We got a lot of bots today, guys, so I don't think we will necessarily get to turn the comments back on. We'll do our best. Thank you, Mew. I appreciate you as always, friend. Very kind. Also, thank you, Alicia. The $1 train, the $5 train has started. Thank you guys very, very much. You're super kind. I appreciate the support. It's just wild to me that we're still sitting here with dribs and drabs of information coming out, and the best the right has to offer is they're the Clinton files. Do you think any of us fucking care? You see, that doesn't work. Just doesn't work. There's no defense to any of this. Bill Clinton has gone out and said, release it all. I don't give a shit. Go ahead. Maybe he's on a redemption tour. I don't know. I don't fucking care. But for them to sit there and say that their president is not connected to this shit, but full transparency, nothing to see here. Yeah. Okay, we'll get back to that in a little bit. Speaking of full transparency, there has been some eagle-eye sleuths have noticed that the discoloring on the president's right hand, as we've seen, now exists on his left hand. I'm not a doctor. I'm not going to diagnose it. But I just want to play some sound for, as Caroline, by the way, Caroline is pregnant, in case you haven't heard. But apparently lip injections are totally fine when you're pregnant, but Tylenol isn't. I don't know how that works, but anyway. So you'll recall when Eagle Eye Sleuth reporters started to first notice that there was some discoloration on the back of the president's right hand. And you've seen him since cover it any chance he gets. Lots of makeup. So this was Caroline's answer when asked that question about why the president's hand looks discolored. Here you go.
Caroline? Yes, go ahead. Thank you. The president's been spotted out and about a number of times with bandages on his hands. Could you please explain what that is about? Secondly, he noted on Truth Social the other day that he had aced 3 cognitive tests. Could you please clarify when those tests took place?
I can do that at a later date. I obviously don't have that in front of me. The president has spoken about that quite extensively throughout the years. As for the bandages on the hand, we've also given you an explanation for that in the past. The president is literally constantly shaking hands. The Oval Office is like Grand Central Terminal. He is meeting with more people than any of you even know about on a daily basis. He's also on a daily aspirin regimen, which is something his physical examinations has said in the past as well, which can contribute to that bruising that you see here.
Got it. Okay. So then he's right-handed. So shaking hands with his right hand caused that bruising. Is he suddenly starting to shake hands with his left? And is that why his left hand now is bruised? You see what I mean? It's just one fucking lie after another. It's just one big fucking lie after another. So the reporting is such that over the past few months, the president has sparked concerns with a gnarly-looking bruise on his hand. At different times, the bruise appears darker and more visible, while at other times, he sports a thick layer of makeup on the back of his hand in an apparent attempt to conceal it. On several occasions, Trump even covers the back of his hand with a bandage. So I know the MAGA chuds are listening today. You guys are triggered by this a lot, but you don't seem to be too concerned that your guy wears makeup every fucking day. Now, I'm not judging it. Do whatever makes you feel happy. But could you just be a little consistent? Could you just be a little consistent? Anyway, on several occasions, Trump even covers the back of his hand with a bandage. This Christmas season, Trump has been opting for makeup to cover up the recurring bruise. As he greeted President Zelensky at Mar-a-Lago, viewers noticed the same discoloration on his hand had returned. Furthermore, it appeared that way on both of his hands, and they had both been covered with makeup, causing even greater concern about the president's health. The president met with Ukrainian President Zelensky at his estate in Florida. The Ukrainian president landed in the Sunshine State this morning to continue peace talks with U.S. officials as the footage of the meeting aired. Like most of Trump's scandals, users began speculating about Trump's health. Don't bother, somebody on X said, offered an explanation, writing, when your right hand vein collapses, you have to start tapping the left. The doctors are probably allowing DJT's right hand veins to rest from whatever they are delivering to him intravenously. Today's meeting took place at Trump's renowned Mar-a-Lago resort. The president seemed optimistic that they might finally be able to come to an agreement following months of trying to facilitate a ceasefire. Trump posted on Truth Social this morning saying that he had also spoken by phone to Russian President Vladimir Putin. The call was reportedly the first since October and was described by both sides as productive. So one would draw some logical conclusions, right? The logical conclusions would be that he has something going on. It's not from shaking hands. I actually have a nurse. Let's speak to a professional. Let's speak to someone who does this shit for a living.
Good morning.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm good. So, of course, this is just a theory that's been going around the medical world here. So Donald Trump's father passed away from Alzheimer's disease, and there are 2 FDA-approved medications to slow or stop the progression of Alzheimer's disease, and they're called Leqembi and Kisunla. And Leqembi is an IV infusion that you get every 2 weeks, and basically it breaks up the amyloid plaques that build up in the brain, causing Alzheimer's disease. Kisunla is every 4 weeks. Both of those have to have serial MRIs to check for inflammation that can get caused in the brain from the medication kind of just stripping the amyloid plaques away. And so that would then correlate with the serial MRIs. So if it's an infusion, and you know, that theory about when the vein collapses would be correct.
Yeah, like we don't want to make any assumptions.
This is just a theory.
Theories, right?
Yeah.
So we just want to be careful about that. I think the question, though, based on that reporting, would it track that if somebody's getting IVs in their right hand, that they would have to give that hand a break and then start using the left hand to administer an IV? Would that track?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because you can cause what's called a phlebitis. And so the vein actually will get very inflamed and irritated, and you can even get an infection. The other thing is that when you've used that hand, and it's not even just for IVs, it's like you could just be getting blood draws, right? And they just decide like the veins need healing time because they've been poked so many times, and you have to move to a different location. It's just common practice, yeah.
Yeah, and I also heard somebody mention FTD or something or FDT that would likely, I don't want to get into it now. I don't even want to talk about it. I should have even brought it up. But I think it's safe to assume that if he's getting IVs in the right hand, and that's obvious what it is, it's not from handshaking. It's obviously there's something going on there. And now that he's getting in his left hand, there's similar bruising, one could then conclude, based on what we've seen, that they are either giving his right hand a break or the veins have collapsed so much that they just can't administer IVs there anymore.
Right.
That would track logically, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the other thing is that Caroline Leavitt keeps saying that he's on an aspirin regimen. And so when someone's on an aspirin regimen and you're getting pokes, even like I just want to say just even like a blood draw, just a blood draw, that the bruising left from being poked there would be greater on somebody with an aspirin regimen as well. They bleed more. So that would even make sense with the larger bruising. Yeah.
Okay. That actually tracks. Thank you for that perspective, friend. I appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
See you later.
Bye.
All right. Bye. Yeah. And then there's the frontal temporal dementia. They've talked about things like that. We're not going to diagnose. We only report on what we see. What we saw was the president having bruising on his hand that he was obviously trying to cover up. His press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, by the way, our friend Francis saw me in a live this weekend with someone who was from New Hampshire. and I tried to explain to you guys, when you're from New Hampshire, there's a type. This person I was debating was from New Hampshire. If you know, you know. Anyway, Caroline Leavitt going on the record saying, oh, it's got nothing to do with anything other than the president shakes a lot of hands. So is he now shaking hands left-handed? I have not yet seen him shake hands left-handed. So again, it's just more cover up. But they've been able to convince their voters, including those in the hollers of Eastern Kentucky and Western West Virginia, that he's the man for the job. Been able to convince his voters, lots of them, that there's nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. We are the most transparent administration in history. There are people that are still supporting that? Really? Really? Well, that explains a lot, to be perfectly honest. Let me see. I'm going to get into the Doge piece, I think, in just a moment. Is that where I want to go now? I think so. We've got a lot to talk about regarding Doge because of the disaster that was. Played that for you guys. Okay. Erica Kirk, I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about her because she's scary, for one. But they're trying to rewrite history. That is their goal, because the turning point, and we're going to talk about turning point, by the way, because it's getting a lot worse than I would have ever thought because of how big their reach is and how they are infiltrating schools across the board. So it's a combination of turning point and PragerU. And then that becomes the curriculum for the next however many years, right? The Moms of Liberty on school boards, the PragerU infiltration and indoctrination, the Turning Point USA, all that kind of shit. So Erica Kirk's still in the news. But when I say they're trying to rewrite history, they're literally trying to rewrite history. So this is Erica Kirk. She was being interviewed. I'm not even sure where she was. It was a town hall with Erica Kirk, but just listen to this madness.
Never incited violence. He never once said, go after them because they're saying XYZ and they deserve to die. My husband never once said that, and he never would.
I want to watch that execution. That'll make my day better. I want to see him on a public block and get him be publicly executed. And I think that would be justice.
So the reason that I play that is so what is the response then from people on the right? That was taken out of context? Did she forget that he said that? Was she too busy running her fingers through J.D. Vance's hair? Was she too busy measuring up the curtains in the West Wing? Did she forget that her president literally, her husband, was literally calling for public executions? But he didn't promote violence, right? See, the thing is that when you've been conditioned to think a certain way, you don't see public executions as violence. You see it as justice. So the followers for the piece of shit, the disgusting, fucking pathetic human being that Charlie Kirk was, right? Again, should not have lost his life for his political speak, whatever. You don't think what he said you don't think there's anything wrong with that. You don't care with the comments that he's made about black women and pilots and the members of the LGBTQI community and single moms. You don't care about any of that shit. You don't care about his racist tropes because you're racist. You don't care that he's a bona fide bigot because you're a bigot too. You don't care that he promotes and advocates for political violence because you don't think it's political violence. You don't care that he calls for public executions because you support it too. So it makes it difficult to have a conversation with you when you believe that shit. Right? Good morning, Rocky. How are you today?
Pretty good. Thanks for having me.
Sure. What's on your mind?
Charlie Kirk took two things. It's a lot of controversy with religion and politics, and they kind of run together, And that's, you got to convince people that your religion is the best religion. Politicians got to convince you to vote for them because their opponent is the bad guy, or something like that. But all in all, just with our political system is junk, belongs in the junkyard. It's been manipulated. And
why do you say that?
Why is it? It doesn't work. It's Congress is compromised by the rich and wealthy and the lobby system.
Are you a voter?
Oh yeah.
Okay, who do you vote for?
I'm an independent, but now you could say independence. Well, I mean, you got to be a Democrat because if you want things to move forward.
Right. So who'd you vote for in 2024? Did you vote for Kamala?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So when you say Congress is compromised, like I don't necessarily agree, but like what does that mean to you? Like when you say that,
Can I say it?
I'm asking. Yeah. When you say it,
because our Congress, our representatives in Congress do not work for us at all. My congressman is a Republican that turned MAGA, and he's been in there for 14 years. He's running again. He's already got his signs out because he's kind of worried. But anyway, the thing is, they don't work for us.
Well, who's your rep?
Randy Weber.
Okay. Yeah, he's out
Texas. You know who he is?
Yeah, I do. Would you say that about every member of Congress?
Especially Republicans, yeah.
Yeah. So you don't feel that way about every member of Congress. I'm asking for some reasons, particular reasons.
There's probably about 4 or 5 that's okay. Look, Cortez, the girl, she's okay.
Woman.
A few other ones, maybe, but they work for the big, rich, wealthy.
She's a woman, Rocky, not a girl. She's a woman. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, to me, she is. I'm old. I'm 73.
Well, she's still a woman, though. But she's still a woman. Okay. So
yeah, she's a lovely lady too. Right? She's pleasant to look at. Just like Kamala. Kamala, we'd be going for right now, but nope, they didn't want her because she would have put the tax code about 70%, and we'd be going forward.
So Rocky, obviously I understand there's some misogyny that you've got to unpack there, Rocky, right? There's
not really.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there is.
I voted for Kamala. But the thing is, I don't know how you can
hold on, Rocky. It doesn't mean you don't have misogyny, okay? Just by the way in which you referred to AOC is an example of that. These are things that we can work on, right? These are all things. It's just about blind spots that we have. It's just something to work on and how you refer.
I've been involved with politics since Reagan. I don't know what you're talking about, misogyny. It doesn't mean that. And I don't know where you're trying to twist things around. I thought you were intelligent, but I don't know. But the thing is,
I am Rocky. Do you know what misogyny is?
Not exactly the definition. I just get it. I just hear the term is you don't want a woman president, or you don't want a woman in power. Maybe something to do with women.
It was the way in which you spoke about AOC. You referred to her as a girl. She's not a girl. She's a woman. And you put qualifiers on her that she's nice to look at, as opposed to maybe commenting on how the fact that she's
not an old white pasty,
highly skilled politician who's looking out for the middle class and the working class. It's no excuse, but someone your age, it's not surprising that you might refer to women that way. I'm just asking you to think about it differently. I appreciate you voted for Kamala Harris, but just because you voted for a woman does not mean you don't have internalized misogyny. Does not mean you don't have some things that you say that are misogynistic. And I am intelligent. You didn't need to insult me. I didn't insult you. I just asked you to just consider the way in which you say things. That's all.
Well, let me defend myself. Let's put it like this. We need more people like the Cortez lady because, who wants these old, pasty white Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham and these old, nasty, angry people? And Trump,
why is it
these old, smelly, and why would you vote for Trump? Tell me. Because people are easily manipulated in this country. We produce 2 things in this country: debt and dumb people. And these people are just plain dummies. They sit there and believe. They have no critical thinking, very lax in this country, that you would sit there and believe any politician. You got to be out of your frickin' mind to believe anything that comes out of a politician's mouth. I vote for people. I'm an independent voter, and we look up who we're voting for, whether it be a city councilman, a county clerk, or state legislators. And especially
when you vote at the local level, who do you vote for, generally speaking?
Sometimes I vote for Republicans, like the sheriff in Galveston County. I would vote. I know him. I vote for him. He's usually Republicans are a little different. Some of the judges are different Republicans than the federal level, and sometimes state levels. You know.
Okay, so again, I would just ask that you just it's not an excuse to be 73, Rocky, but you have to be mindful of how you refer to people, right? Because you wouldn't refer to a man who is the same age as AOC as a boy. You would refer to him as a man. So why wouldn't you be able to refer to AOC as a woman as opposed to a girl? Right?
Yeah.
Isn't that reasonable?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
You're right.
I appreciate you jumping into it. Thanks for being here.
She looks pretty
today.
young to me, though. I mean, you know,
it doesn't matter how young she looks, Rocky. So again, she said, I think she's 36 or 37. Would you refer to a 37-year-old man as a boy?
No.
Therefore, why would you refer to a 36 or a 37-year-old woman as a girl?
I don't know. I refer that to Kamala Harris too.
Well, you shouldn't. You shouldn't. Okay.
Well, it's an older.
It doesn't matter.
You're right behind me, though. You're
Rocky,
about late 50s?
Rocky, listen. You wouldn't refer to someone Kamala Harris's age as a boy. You wouldn't refer to a man who's AOC's age as a boy. So why would you refer to them as girls?
I don't know. It's just an old saying from back in the day.
I don't care.
Good old girl. She's a good girl.
I don't care, Rocky.
Gal,
I don't care. I don't care. Don't do it.
In Texas, we say gal. You know.
I don't care. I don't care where you live. Don't do it. Okay. Don't do it. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Okay. There's so much out there. There's so much out there. Misogyny is everywhere. Anyway. Generations, your age is irrelevant. Okay? You shouldn't be referring to women as girls. That's part of the problem. Do you understand what we're going through right now? Don't forget, people like Megyn Kelly are trying to say, well, she looked 18. Well, she looked 18, or 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old girls, children knew what they were doing. Got to stop infantilizing this shit. It's misogyny. It runs fucking rampant. It's unacceptable. Do better. Don't make excuses. Just do better. You wouldn't refer to a 36-year-old man as a boy. Therefore, don't refer to a 36-year-old woman as a girl. It's not that hard. Just do better. Please. Please. Okay. I want to get into this story of this research paper that was done by this company called the Manhattan Institute. I think before I get into that, though, there's one more piece, and I wasn't going to necessarily get into this, but I think it's relevant based on the conversation that we just had. I'm not making any accusations of Rocky here, but it has to do with the dehumanizing or the infanticizing of women, and in particular looking at women and girls and boys in this case as property. So the Guardian has been doing a lot of really good reporting on the Jeffrey files. Some of this is a bit graphic. I'm going to do my best. I'm going to try to keep it high level without getting into too much, but I think it's necessary from a context perspective to discuss this element of the story. This story came out yesterday, and the title of the headline is, quote, "You know what I like. Epstein files reveal disgraced financier's routine of abusing girls." By the mid-2000s, his abuse of teen girls was routine. From 2002 to 2005 alone, the late financier victimized dozens of underage teens by luring them into perverted acts for payment under the auspices of massage work, some as young as 14, prosecutors have said. He leaned on a coterie of employees and associates, including British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell, to secure a steady supply of minor victims. He also enlisted his victims to recruit other girls under the false pretense of providing massages, prosecutors said. Trigger warnings. Again, I'm not going to get into all the graphics. I'm using this as an example of what this particular time, especially in America, the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s, this was commonplace. This was just commonplace. While the breadth of his crimes is well documented, papers and recently unveiled investigative files from the DOJ have put into sharper relief how he and his associates had an almost assembly line-like process of procuring victims who became survivors. These documents released over the past week under intense political pressure from both Democrats and Republicans also make clearer how girls and young women were perceived as commodities, mere bodies meant to serve a predator's twisted predilections and possibly one of his associates. One document from 2001 described how Maxwell, who was serving a 20-year prison sentence for aiding in his crimes, accosted 3 female students on a Palm Beach, Florida college campus. Quote, Maxwell said she needed young, beautiful, and unmarried women to answer phones and to do office work at her home on Palm Beach, a report said. At least one of the students went to the house on several occasions and described the telephone calls as men calling in saying when they were going to drop off particular girls. All 3 girls said Maxwell and Epstein were secretive but about what was going on at the house, and at least 2 of the girls complained about Epstein touching them inappropriately. I'm not going to read any more of this story because it's unnecessary. The point is that this was a network, and it was commonplace. And the current president was connected to it. There is no doubt in my mind. There is absolutely no doubt in my mind. One of 2 things is true. Either he is absolutely guilty of these allegations against him. I'm not going to say guilty. We have reason to believe that that he was also responsible for violating young girls, or he knew all about all of it and didn't say a word to anybody. So it's one of those 2 things, in my opinion. It was a network of absolute vile behavior fronted by people, men of power, that touch all walks of life. Doesn't really matter what industry you worked in, what your political ideology was, where you lived, where you were on the social ladder, although you were likely a rich, well-to-do white man who took advantage of the connections and then preyed upon young women and girls and boys. So when I'm so specific about not referring to women as girls, that's one of the reasons why. Okay? So there are statements like investigative notes from 2019 describe what seemed to be a crisis for Epstein. His supply of girls to abuse was running low. Notes taken by an FBI investigator during an interview stated, friends of certain names redacted, a big Brazilian group, desperate time, running out of girls. Can just bring girls he doesn't like. At one point, someone witnessed Epstein asking for ID to a girl. ID for a girl. He wanted to make sure she was under 18. Yeah, these are the efforts to which this current administration is going to protect itself and others. I just want people to understand that. I want people, I know it's hard to see the chat today because the comments have been turned off because of our bots, but I want people to understand the most despicable part of this to me, obviously the crimes themselves, but the lengths to which people are going to protect the violators and not the people who were violated. I don't know how can anyone be supportive of that? People defending it. Claims about E. Jean Carroll's dress. People are literally doubling down saying, oh, the dress didn't come out for 2 years later. That's just not true. It took me like 30 seconds to look up the Donna Karan dress. Came out in the fall of 1993. She wore it when she was assaulted. You ask certain people in this space to explain, or to define what the jury ruled in this case. As we know what the jury stated. We know what the jury found adjudicated under the law and then found responsible under the law for deliberately and forcibly digitally penetrating E. Jean Carroll. And when you ask people on the right what that would be, they won't answer. How would you describe that? What would you call that? They won't answer. Instead, they would say, it doesn't matter what I say. I think she's lying. What about Biden? He was sniffing kids. What about Biden? History will remember you. I can promise you that. Because you made a conscious decision to support this. And the reason that many of them won't answer that question, say, what would you describe what the jury ruled? That would then, they would have to then admit that they voted for someone who a jury found responsible under the law. And then the judge clarified that it was in fact grape. And in fact, the language, the letter of the law has changed in New York because what he did constitutes as grape under New York law now. It is just, to me, I don't even know how to describe it. It doesn't matter, though, because they will find some defense. They will find some defense. They will find some way to either push it off or claim it was rigged against him, etc., etc., etc. People of privilege protecting other people of privilege. People who grew up with wealth. People who were exposed to just the entitled class. People like Jared Kushner, for example. I want to listen to this sound as Jared Kushner has increased his wealth exponentially since he became a member of the Trump family. He and Steve Witkoff, influential in the new Gaza smart city that they want to build. Massive investments, billions of dollars, fronted by the United States government at his direction. This is what a privileged white boy wants to say to working class Americans.
Where if you want to accomplish something, a lot of people I hear, they complain about what other people do or why it's hard or why it's impossible. And again, I say this as somebody who's been so blessed with so many things in life. But when I've had challenges or things I've wanted to achieve, I just focus and say, what can I do? And I'll read everything I can get my hands on. If I fail at one, the door closes, I'll try the window. If the window closes, I'll try the chimney. If the chimney closes, I'll try to dig a tunnel. It's just, if you want to accomplish something, you just have to go at it.
Interesting that you say that, Jared. I don't, people who have privilege don't understand, because what money, I've never believed that money has never been the most important thing to me. But what money does is it gives you some advantages to be able to take more risks, right? So Jared, you never had to worry about money. You never had to worry about failing. You always had backup. There's millions of people who would love to be able to take a risk and do something, but they have no means to be able to back it up. It's a big risk for me to start my own business. Cost me a lot of fucking money. I don't regret it. Wish things worked out differently. But you're in that position, Jared. It's not advice you're giving, it's privilege. You're not speaking to you're not speaking to everyday Americans. You're not speaking to the people in the holler. You're not speaking to your voters. You're not. You want them to be convinced that they can just pull themselves up by the bootstraps, but they only have a half a bootstrap, if they're lucky. Yours are gold laden. Yours are diamond studded. You can make 25 mistakes and still have plenty of money to move on to the next. Don't diminish people, but that's who you are. But nothing to see here. Privilege. It's everywhere. K-Cats, you had requested, did you want to come back up? I think I saw you there. Anyway, I heard that soundbite. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? Just go ahead. I got billions of dollars from the Saudis. My wife is a Trump. I've got real estate development deals because of foreign policy. I got to use leverage for tariffs. to be able to enrich myself even further. But, you know, if you just want something bad enough, just work hard and you'll get it. And people on the right these days, they think about the same thing. I remember we were in an intense, I was with RJ for a few hours yesterday, this intense conversation about healthcare. And at least we had somebody admit that they were just fucking selfish. That's what this whole thing comes down to. There are tens of millions of people in our country that just don't give a fuck about their neighbor. They just don't. They just don't care. Why should I give a shit about somebody else having health insurance? Why should I care about somebody having food stamps? Why the fuck should I care if public education gets cut? I don't have kids in school. That's an uphill fight for all of us. And it's not easy. Let me just check something real quick here. Patricia, thank you so very much. I appreciate you. Alicia, thank you. I got you. Thank you for your kindness. I appreciate it very, very much. Thank you to Jolie. Thank you so much for being here. You're here a lot. Appreciate you. Appreciate you more. Heather, thank you so very much for your 222. MAGA equals P3DOs. I would agree with that. And Brooke, thank you. Commentary this morning. Appreciate you very, very much. Let me adjust this. You guys are great. I have to round down because that would require me to do math, and I don't want to do that. So there we go. Want to support the channel? Best way to do that is either through the gifting goal that we have today or through the various pay apps, which are at Factsstillmatter, at Cash App, at PayPal, Venmo. Don't forget about the merch store. A lot of really cool items in the merch store. And please join our Discord if you've not yet joined our Discord. It's free. If the link in my link tree is not working, copy the link, put it in a browser, and open up a browser, and that should take you right there as long as you had Discord installed, or just reach out to one of my amazing moderators, and they can help you too. Okay, let's see here. I'm just checking in. All right. So I've been mentioning this morning on this story that I want to get into with you guys. Actually, you know what? Let me do the Doge. Let me do the Doge thing first, because we were all sold a bill of goods, and don't forget there are MAGA voters that are still waiting for their Doge check. So how did Doge? This is reported by the New York Times. They did a really good job. How did Doge disrupt so much while saving so little? And I think that's really the question that we are really all kind of asking ourselves. Why did they promise us so much and then deliver so little? Why do they promise us cost savings when spending actually increased to support what they were doing? So let me summarize this for you. When Elon agreed, this is from, this is from CBS News. When Elon agreed to lead the Department of Government Efficiency under the Trump administration, the promises were extraordinarily ambitious. He claimed he could find up to $2 trillion in savings annually by cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. He was positioned as a radical reformer who would slay bureaucracy with private sector approaches to government. The name Doge, a nod to the meme cryptocurrency Dogecoin, reinforced the idea of a flashy, disruptive team. Musk's reported savings claims, often featured on Doge's own tally, were significantly below any early promises. Independent analysis found savings far lower than the advertised figures, with some tallies questioned for mistakes, misreported billions, double-ups, etc. Musk himself later characterized the effort as only somewhat successful, estimating about $200 billion annually in avoided costs from so-called zombie payments, but nowhere near the $1 trillion targets. Welcome back, guys. Good to see you all. Thank you, commenters, for your patience, and thank you to our mod team for helping us get through that. Despite the aim of cutting federal spending, federal expenditures continued rising over the relevant fiscal year, a key metric of actual budgetary impact. Independent analysis showed that some cuts were reversed by courts. Some layoffs ended up costing taxpayers more in paid leave and in rehires than they actually saved. Critics argue that Doge's aggressive tactics disrupted essential public services and weakened institutional capacity. For example, health research, tax enforcement, consumer protection, etc., without clear evidence of proportional gains. Legal challenges, transparency concerns, and institutional pushback limited the initiative's practical impact. I've been trying to think about how anybody would have ever thought that this was a good thing. Listen, I think the idea of trying to find actual waste, fraud, and abuse in government is a noble endeavor. I would start at the Pentagon. I would go to the DHS, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But Doge accomplished nothing other than letting Elon access to taxpayer information, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He promised trillions of dollars in savings. Never realized it. Actual tangible savings were multiple orders of magnitude below. He was transformational government reform was one of his promises, widely criticized as chaotic and superficial rather than systematic. Musk did generate significant public and media attention on government efficiency and sparked debate about bureaucratic reform. The initiative forced government agencies to reevaluate certain contracts and operations, even if results were limited. He acknowledged that they didn't do what they intended to do. So think about the things that really they were able to damage to. USAID in particular. I think about that big one. I talk about this a lot. That's the only thing that they were actually really able to cut because they lied to the American people about it. There are still people in this space. There are still people thinking they're going to get a Doge check. I know, Meals on Wheels they went after. There are still people thinking they're going to get a Doge check. There are still people who think they're going to get a tariff check. I mean, really? So some of the really, really egregious things, the $2 trillion in government savings, not even close. Modernizing federal efficiency, not really. They claimed that we were heavy on bureaucracy. Net lower federal spending? Nope. Spending went up. Long-lasting reform? Little, if any. And then, what's the other piece I wanted to mention here? So that story is reported in the New York Times. And what I think is really fascinating, though, with this whole endeavor is that you can go into it with good intentions. You can say, we really want to go after waste in our government. We all have it. We all can see it. But it accomplished nothing. Spending went up. We didn't cut spending. There are still people out there thinking that we did. We didn't. Spending went up. Explain it. Explain it. Explain how it is that you're promised $2 trillion in cuts. And not only did you not get that, you got spending increases at the expense of diplomatic relationships around the world, humanitarian aid, Meals on Wheels programs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Exactly. The government is bigger and more swampy. But again, nothing to see here. And then that gets me into this whole GDP debate. I'm not an economist, but people talking about the GDP number, I think, is crazy. Because we know, first of all, that when you have fewer imports, obviously that's going to influence your GDP on the positive side. Consumers are not spending money. Middle and low income earners are not spending money. So investments are coming from the top. So it's artificial. Just like we didn't get the actual inflation numbers from last month because they left off like 3/4 of the other traditional measurable statistics. This is how bad it is. This is what people just don't understand. People are literally buying less for Christmas. MAGA voters. People not spending as much money on things, and they seem to think that the GDP is up. People who have money spend money. People who are at the top, who don't circulate money, are the ones that are contributing. The economy is in bad shape, and voters are seeing it. And people who are in swing districts and in swing states are seeing it. I'm not a consumer. Like I have just what I need. There are certain things that I get pleasure out of that I will invest in, like musical equipment and motorcycle stuff, shit like that. I like to do things more than I like to acquire things. And, you know, I'm not, that's just me. That's kind of how I approach it. But people have just been, MAGA consumers are out there walking around thinking that everything's cheaper when they're buying things in the store where it's not. I mean, people talk about gas prices. Yeah, across the board they are, but diesel is up like 20 cents compared to last year. What more do you need to see? The president's just going to stand there and lie to you every single day. You're going to believe it? You can look at gas prices and say, yep, gas prices are down like, I don't know, 12 cents. Okay, cool. That's great. No problem. Super. But diesel prices are up. That's how freight moves. Everybody talks about, well, when your gas prices are down, got to move good, blah, fucking blah. Well, diesel prices are up. I mean, everything's up across the board. We know that. That's why when we look at these inflation numbers, it's complete fucking bullshit. When you pull like every other category out and just use ones that would help support your argument, that's not transparent. That's not transparency. But again, nothing to see here. Okay, I want to get into this story because I think it's fascinating. It tells us a lot about the mind of the Republican voters. So there was a story done by the Manhattan Institute. The title of the report is "The New GOP: Survey Analysis of Americans Overall, Today's Republican Coalition, and the Minorities of MAGA," dated December 1st of this year. The Manhattan Institute conducted a large national survey, nearly 3,000 voters, to map the composition, beliefs, and fault lines within the contemporary Republican coalition, specifically the GOP, as shaped by Trump's 2024 coalition. It focused on traditional Republicans and newer entrants, including oversamples of Black and Hispanic Trump GOP voters. All right. Two distinct GOP segments, according to this survey. 65% are considered core Republicans, longstanding GOP voters who consistently backed Republican presidential nominees since 2016 or earlier. They are generally conservative on economics, foreign policy, for example, hawkish on China, pro-Israel, and social issues, and then reject extremist or conspiratorial views. They would consider them core Republicans. New entrant Republicans make up about 30%. Voters who recently joined the GOP coalition, many previously supported Democrats or were too young to vote before 2020. They are younger, more racially diverse, and ideologically unstable, often holding more liberal or non-traditional positions on major policy areas than the core. I thought that was interesting because it's a growing movement. So we could talk about, are these red pillars? Are these people that are Turning Point USA aficionados? Some of them might claim to care more about civil rights and human rights, but yeah, exactly, ideologically unstable. I saw that too. I'm like, I don't know what that necessarily means because their convictions or their vote does not support their ideological belief. That's how I interpreted that. Like, you can say you want access to affordable housing, or you feel like, college is too expensive. Those are things that people on the left agree with as well, but yet we vote for people who would intentionally or attempt to change those things. Meanwhile, people on the right, these new entry Republicans, seem to literally be voting against the things they claim. That's how I determined into ideologically unstable. When it comes to diversity, these are some of the key findings, and this is a summary, and I'll get back into some of the data because some of it's fucking wild. Diversity and instability in beliefs. The GOP coalition is broader and more internally contradictory than in recent history, mixing staunch conservatism with surprisingly heterodoxical views among new entrants. Many new entrant Republicans, again, 30% of those surveyed, are more favorable toward progressive policies on issues like DEI, migration, and economic regulation, more critical of traditional GOP positions, and more open to unorthodox or conspiratorial ideas. So it's interesting. We'll get into conspiracy things in a moment because the new entrants into the Republican Party are much more aligned with believing conspiracy theories. It's wild. So they're the ones that are, perpetuating nonsensical conspiracy theories. It's pretty weird. The first time you noticed guitar tattoo? That's kind of funny. All right. On racism and anti-Semitism and extremism. 18% 18% of GOP voters meet the survey's criteria for anti-Jewish Republicans, for example, racist, anti-Semitic attitudes, Holocaust denial beliefs, though most GOP voters reject racism and anti-Semitism. So it's nearly 20% of GOP voters identify as racist. Okay? Levels of conspiratorial thinking and tolerance for prejudiced speech are notably higher among new entrants than among traditional GOP voters. So this is red pilling, right? So again, that statement. Levels of conspiratorial thinking and tolerance for prejudiced speech are notably higher. So younger Republicans, new to the party, are more willing to say, I agree, Annie, are more willing to abide by or are more willing to accept hate speech and more willing to accept conspiratorial beliefs as mainstream. That's how I read that. It does make sense to me if you track it, because they're louder voters, they're louder voices, right? But I'm with you, Jennifer. This is the part that scares me the most. Don't forget, we had that whole expose a month or so back of the young Republicans supporting Nazism, becoming fans of Schmittler, right? I'm going to pause right there for just a second because I want to read this. I found this for you guys as well because it relates to this story. Let me see if I can find it. Hang on. This is by David M. Perry. It's the pro-Schmittler problem with the American right. We are a divided country in so many ways, but in his words, but I really thought that as Americans, we agreed that Hitler was bad and the Holocaust happened and that the swastika was a symbol of hate. Maybe that was naive of me. I've been Jewish my whole life, and while growing up, I encountered plenty of anti-Semitism, but the worst kinds of pro-Yahtzee sentiments seemed confined to a tiny, reviled fringe. Now it feels like every day there's another example of this type of anti-Semitism seeping into mainstream American culture. Here are a few recent stories. Recently, the Washington Post broke the news that the Coast Guard had decided to reclassify that particular symbol along with nooses and Confederate flags from symbols of hatred and prejudice to merely potentially divisive. This change meant that public displays could only be penalized as misconduct if they could be shown to harm a specific individual, and fully removed penalties for displaying such hate symbols in private settings. Let me just say that there should be zero symbols, Yahtzee-related symbols, in the armed services. And if you want to display one in your home, you should be kicked out of the military. Period. That's the only acceptable number. I would agree. Fortunately, thanks to media coverage, the Coast Guard seems to be reversing course. Still, one wonders who made the decision to permit those symbols and why. What other decisions are they making that aren't being leaked? Pete Hegseth, anyone? This relates to the story I was just reading you about how there's the newer Republicans support this. They consider it free speech. And technically, I guess it is, but maybe not in the military. But they're missing, talk about forest in the trees thing, they're missing the entire intention of what we're talking about here. So you don't want to be considered a Yahtzee, then why do you support Yahtzee tendencies? If you don't want to be called, if you don't want to say you're a simp for Schmittler, then why are you supporting Schmittler? You can't have it both ways. The reason that people got so disgusted by what Elon did is because we know what it was. And instead of people being like, oh yeah, he's got a right to express that. Nobody denies that. He has a right to do it. Nobody denies it. Exactly. Freedom of speech, but not freedom from consequences. Exactly, Empress. Coast Guard story is part of an ongoing contest over just how anti-Semitic the modern Republican Party gets to be. And to their credit, there are plenty of conservatives fighting against their movement's worst impulses. Former Vice President Mike Pence wrote for Fox News that, quote, there is no place in the conservative movement for anti-Semitism. Now, he did so by talking about how American support for Israel and by distorting history, because in fact, the founders did not really champion the return of Jewish people to Israel, rather than talking about American Jews who are American and want to live in America, like me. Still, at least he's drawing a line in the sand, but there's a reason he's no longer vice president. I think that's very indicative. So instead, you go full on with J.D. Vance, right? Clear decision. The pro-Schmittler problem among the American right is bad enough, but unfortunately, it's only a small piece of a bigger story. Fortune magazine recently reported on the explosive growth of monetized anti-Semitic Instagram reels that rack up millions of views for praising Schmittler, questioning the truth of the Holocaust, and promoting anti-Semitic conspiracies about Jewish control of the media and politics. The problem is not just that Meta is failing to address the problem satisfactorily, but that the audience for this seems insatiable. Now remember, during the Biden administration put pressure on Meta in particular because of the way in which they allowed misinformation regarding C-19 to spread. And that became a right-wing talking point that the administration was out to suppress speech. No, not even close. So here's another example. So again, under the free speech model, which again, I'm an advocate for free speech. I think we need to do something about hate speech. I don't know who the arbiter is going to be. I'd like to think that logic would win out, right? But here you are, Meta platforms promoting a pro-Schmittler agenda. And what are people supposed to do? You say, should we have that as part of our daily discourse? Perhaps. But when you see a rise of anti-Semitism like we've seen, and conspiracy theories regarding, H-cost denialism, we're going to get into some of the stats in this story because you're going to be blown away that there are such a large chunk of people in the Republican Party today that believe that the H-cost either denial or that it was exaggerated. Okay? The problem is not just Meta failing to address the problem satisfactorily, but that the audience for this seems to be insatiable. Pro-Schmittler videos and the like are, according to the report, a fast way to start making money on the internet. That speaks to lax corporate oversight, yes, but also to a shift in norms that we all should find very scary. It's also hard to say what the fix is or who precisely is to blame when the problem is that this kind of content is so appealing to so many. In some cases, the culprit is very clear. Elon Musk, who began the second Trump administration by performing a salute on stage and then denied he did it, is being investigated in France because his chatbot Grok, which he designed to have a strong conservative bias, made comments denying the H-cost. Grok claimed the chambers were designed for disinfection from typhus rather than for mass unalivings, and that people only believe in the H-cost because of, quote, laws suppressing reassessment, a one-sided education, and a cultural taboo that discourages the critical examination of evidence. Yeah. We're now many years into the current cycle of a renewed focus on fighting anti-Semitism in American society. It hasn't worked. And at least in part, it hasn't worked because the Trump administration and even far too many Democrats are keen to focus on left-wing pro-Palestinian protesters rather than the Yahtzees and their friends. There is anti-Semitism across the political spectrum, including among college students, but we aren't going to find the big threats on college campuses like the University of Minnesota, which was investigated by the Trump administration for anti-Semitism. The big threats are when billionaires, giant corporations, and people running the military decide that maybe Yahtzees aren't so bad. Here's where I'd like to come up with some kind of snappy proposal for how to fix this. But I'm still furious that we haven't been able to talk about Yahtzees in 2025. We can't do that right now because we first need to get back to the basics. Schmittler was bad. The people who suggest otherwise are also bad. The people who tolerate, promote, and permit the pro-H camp to thrive within their political movements or their social media platforms are also very bad. Let's get back to the basics, then figure out what comes next. Like, why are we even talking about it in America in 2025? There are people in our government who believe that shit. Who believe that, yeah, it wasn't really so bad. Was it really that bad? Advocates for literally saying that the chambers were used for disinfectant for typhus? Okay. So I thought that story was relevant based on this study done by the Manhattan Institute. Again, a meaningful minority, 20%, roughly 20% of GOP voters meet the survey's criteria for anti-Jewish Republicans, racist, anti-Semitic attitudes, H-cost denial beliefs, though most GOP voters reject racism and anti-Semitism. So what we're talking about, I've always told you guys this. I think MAGA is 20% of the Republican base, like hardcore MAGA. Like those people, this is just my opinion, but I just look at the numbers, right? I think it's 20 to 25% of the Republican base is hardcore MAGA. Now people want to identify as MAGA, but they're loud. They're the ones that we see every day, right? Now I believe that number of 20% of those voters also are the ones that are certainly subscribing to those conspiracy theories. And we'll get into that in just a moment. Levels of conspiratorial thinking and tolerance for prejudiced speech are notably higher among new entrants than among traditional GOP voters. That's what I'm worried about. That's why we have conversations about red pilling, right? So if you want to go back, a couple weeks back, did a live with Ash and with Adi, and we talked about breaking the red pill. You can see it. It's in my YouTube page. You can check out. You can check it. You can watch. We talked about this a lot. I am really concerned about the red pill. Really, really concerned. And a lot of it is Turning Point USA. A lot of it is PragerU. A lot of it's the Heritage Foundation. A lot of it's rooted in Project 2025. But it's right there in front of us. Thank you, Adrian. It's right there in front of us, like right there. Okay, party loyalty and stability risks. Core Republicans are more reliably committed to the GOP. 70% say they would definitely support Republican candidates in 2026. 70%. That's not that high, to be honest. In fact, there's recent polling, the president's approval rating among Republicans has dipped below 90%. That's bad news. New entrants are less stable. Only 56% say they would definitely support Republicans in 2026, indicating the broader coalition may be less cohesive and more volatile without Trump leading it. That is the secret sauce for Democrats. We've talked about this before, right? And I hate it when I'm right, but I've been saying this for a while. There is no MAGA without Trump. J.D. Vance is not going to gain that same popularity. He's just not. He doesn't have the same charisma. He doesn't have the same energy. In fact, his approval rating is even lower than Trump's. So without Trump, what does MAGA do? Right? What do they do? Where do they go? What's the division of the party? Do the more core Republicans who believe in their mind that they want fiscal responsibility again, even though we know that that's not Republican politics for the last 50 years? Do they want an approach to national security and free trade, unlike what they're seeing now? Is Marco Rubio that person? I don't know. We'll see. Policy and cultural views. Across the GOP coalition, there is strong favorability toward bold leadership and skepticism towards progressive cultural trends. For example, views on gender roles. However, divisions emerge on trust in institutions, medicine, science, governance, judicial, etc., and rule adherence, with new entrants showing higher openness to non-traditional theories and less trust in established norms. So the way I read this is that the new entrants, which is again roughly 30%, so not a small number, new entry Republicans, 2016 is like this is kind of where the line is drawn. They believe in blowing the shit up, so they're anarchistic. They're the ones that are driving the fuck the status quo, fuck science, fuck the courts, fuck this, fuck that. That's where a lot of that energy is coming from. The survey paints a complex, internally divided Republican coalition. It remains broad and electorally significant, with deep loyalty to Trump and in many traditional GOP positions. But it includes a younger, diverse, ideological, fluid faction whose beliefs often diverge sharply from long-standing party norms, whose long-term party loyalty is uncertain. The GOP's future cohesion may hinge on whether it can integrate these newer voters into a stable conservative coalition, or whether their differing views will erode unity once Trump exits the stage. 30% of the party now, according to this survey, doesn't think Schmittler was that bad. thinks that the Holocaust was just, it was overblown. 30%. Other Republicans are like, Mike Pence, like, there's no place for that in our party. Well, guess what? It's in your party. Whether you agree or not, it is there. Front and center. 30%. The same 30% believe a lot of the conspiracy theories. The same 30% say that perhaps we're not anti-Semitic enough. The 30% think that perhaps we're not racist enough. That's 30%. Again, this is one survey, but it's 3,000 people surveyed. It's a pretty good number. That's a pretty good sample size. Yeah, people saying that all dictators aren't bad. I believe that we should be breaking heads on the streets. Who gives a fuck about the rule of law? That's where that's coming from. That group of people. These could be non-voters. These could be just, antagonistic anarchists, right? Maybe we can have anarchy on the left as well. Like, I go back and forth. Am I a nihilistic progressive or am I a pragmatic progressive, right? They want a king, exactly. So let's talk about some of the conspiracies. And this is interesting too, because they broke this down by the overall GOP, and then they did some segments on Black and Hispanic members of the GOP party. Conspiratorial thinking is higher in the GOP than in the general public. Nearly 20% of all Republican Trump voters believe most of the traditional conspiracy theories that we discuss. 2020 election, 9/11, et cetera. There's a few other. What's the list here? Hold on a second. I'll make sure I have the list. Oh yeah, Holocaust denial, etc. So when we talk about these conspiracies, these are the ones we talked about, and I've shared this with you guys before. We did the reverse pyramid, right? Where the further up, Sandy Hook, exactly. The further up the list that you go on the conspiracy ladder, the more likely you are, J6, moon landing, the more likely you are to believe more conspiracies, right? So this is what this 30% of the Republican base is now saying. They are more inclined to believe these conspiracies. And then they break it down a bit more by race as well. This particular segment from the Manhattan Institute survey focused on conspiracy beliefs, racial attitudes, economic views, and how Black and Hispanic GOP voters compare to the broader Republican coalition. This was fascinating to me. Again, roughly 20% of all Republican Trump voters believe most or all of the classic conspiracy theories tested, compared with roughly 13% of U.S. voters overall. So 20%. It's a big difference, right? Black Republican voters show the highest rate of conspiratorial beliefs, 25% compared to the 20% in the Republican Party and then 13% overall, while Hispanic Republicans are lower than the average, 13%. New entrants versus core Republicans. New entrant Republicans, new to the GOP coalition, are far more likely to embrace these views, 35%. Believe most or all of these conspiracy theories. 35% compared to roughly 11% among long-standing Republican voters. Remember, the core in this study, core was around 65%, new entrants around 35%. So 35% of those new core voters believe these conspiracy theories. I'm just saying. Some, for example, 2020 election fraud. TikTok, educational purposes only. Actually, let me do this first.
TikTok. It is our intention during these live broadcasts to only provide fact-based information to the absolute best of our ability. We strive to never spread misinformation or to platform those that do. Opinions of our guests or commenters are theirs and theirs alone and do not reflect those of the host. Hate speech is not allowed, and we are diligent about policing it. This platform is for educational purposes only. We now return you to our regularly scheduled pandemonium, already in progress.
Okay. All right. Before I get into that, I'm going to just take a quick, is there any mod available to come up and do a quick mod announcement, guys? Anybody would mind just jumping in real quick? If it's possible. Ah, yes. You are, you're an exceptional human. Thank you very much. I'll be right back.
Oh, thank you. Hello. Good morning, everyone. It's been a crazy morning with having to turn the comments off and dealing with the bots. The mods have been working our butts off today. I just wanted to say hi, see how y'all are doing. It is Monday. It feels like a Monday. If you're interested, we do have a Discord. It's a very active Discord. We've got places where you can make merch suggestions, just chat with each other. We have an Are You OK section where you can get some, just share some concerns, get some support if you need it. If you want to go to Fax's link tree, you can join. The link is there. If it doesn't work, you can always reach out to a mod and we will send you the link. Sometimes it helps to Cabin and Cookie sound alike. That's funny. Sometimes it helps to copy the link into a browser and join that way. Check out the merch store at factsstillmatter.site. We've got lots of great t-shirts. The shirt Fax is wearing today is in there. I have my Progressive in Your Pocket shirt ready to wear once the weather gets a little warmer because it is getting chilly here. Today we're having a high of 55, but after this week it's going to be, or after today it's going to be down in the 30s again. That's pretty much all I have to say. You got anything you want to add, Fax?
No, that was perfect, my friend. Thank you very, very much. I love you very much. Thanks for being here. Have a good day. Be safe out there.
Nice to see you. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Real quick, I want to give a shout out to our friend Mew. I got an amazing gift in the mail. Mew knitted. Well, hang on a second. Hold on. A homemade Kipper replica that will be it's a gift to my daughter that she can take to college with her. Homemade Kipper replica with the little pink ribbon around his neck. Thank you so much, friend, for doing that. That was absolutely incredibly kind of you, and she was blown away when she got it. But I might have to hang on to it, but it will be going with her to college. So there's that. So thank you very much for that, friend. That was amazing, and I really appreciate you for doing that. Appreciate you. Okay, back to what we were just discussing here. All right. So now we're talking about we're into the is Kipper a tripod? No, he's not. That was his tail. Thank you, Mew. I appreciate you. Hearts in the chat from you, friends. This part was really interesting to me because they did the breakdown of Black and Hispanic GOP voters and then the rest of the overall compared to the rest of the overall GOP. New entrants versus core Republicans. New entrant Republicans, new to the GOP and the Trump coalition, are again far more likely to embrace conspiratorial views, nearly 35% compared to 11% of longstanding. Here are some specific conspiracies. 2020 election. 51% of current GOP voters believe the 2020 election was fraudulent. 51%. 60% for new entrants. We are 5 years out from that election, and there are still over half of the current Republican Party thinks the 2020 election was fraudulent. 45% of all GOP thinks the government actors likely orchestrated or permitted 9/11. 58% of Black Republicans and 57% for Hispanic Republicans believe that the government orchestrated or permitted 9/11. Moon landing. 38% of Republican voters generally believe that it was faked. 63% of black GOP voters and 59% of Hispanic GOP voters say it was faked. Much higher than white GOP voters, which was 31%. What? What? What are we doing? What? I had no idea that there was that much of a divide, to be honest. But good morning, friend. How are you today?
Good morning, Steve. I watch you every morning. I appreciate all of the knowledge you share with us. But I wanted to bring up a new bill that's on. They're presenting on the floor. It's HR 25 to abolish IRS and to have a 30% sales tax across the board. And I just wanted to bring that up and see if you knew anything about it and wanted to make everybody aware of it.
I don't, but I will look into it. You said it's HR 25?
Yes.
Okay, I will look into it. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, friend. I appreciate you.
Thank you for all you do. Thank you.
I appreciate
Love
that. Have a good day. Be safe. You too. See you later. And we'll look into that. Fine. Let's just abolish the income tax and we're going to pay for it with tariffs. Give me a fucking break. 30% sales tax? Good luck with that. Okay. All right. Now, racial attitudes and anti-Semitism. A majority of the GOP reject racist and anti-Semitic individuals, with the party by nearly a 2-to-1 margin, but divisions exist by age and by subgroup. Younger and the new entry Republicans are much more likely to express racist or anti-Semitic views than older or core Republicans. 35% of new entrants say they express racist views compared to 8% of core Republicans. Like, this is why we talk about red pilling. Okay? This is why we talk about it. This is the red pill. So the new people to the party, the new Republicans, the turning point crowd, because this is what we're talking about, by and large, the turning point crowd are broadcasting loud and proud their anti-Semitism, their racism, their conspiracy theories. Because if you look at the numbers that I just went through, like the conspiracy theories, the anti-Semitism, the racism, and et cetera, it tracks. It's roughly 35%. The numbers are roughly the same. This is the shit that we should all worry about. This is why, as I've said, parents, you got to be on your game. If you've got your kids and you're concerned about them being red-pilled, then you better get out ahead of it now. Because once they go down that road, man, I don't know. That could be 10 years or longer. Turning point is an anti-Semitic? Okay. 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 Nearly 37% of all GOP believe, again, 37% of all GOP, according to the survey, believe the H cost was exaggerated or didn't happen as historians describe it. Hispanic GOP, 77% of Republicans, of Hispanic Republicans, believe the H cost was exaggerated or didn't happen. 66% black GOP voters and 30% of white GOP voters. They categorize it as H cost diminishment or flat out denial. A meaningful minority. There's the anti-Jewish subgroup as well. Roughly 20% of the GOP Trump voters meet this survey's criteria for anti-Jewish Republicans, overlapping with tolerators of racism and anti-Semitism and conspiracy believers. And the subgroup is disproportionately younger, more diverse, and more often new entrants. It's mind-boggling to me that the numbers are that high. This is the fight, right? Economic views. Tax and spending preferences. Overall, Republican coalition prefers cutting government spending over raising taxes, 63% compared to 30%. But new entrants differ sharply. Among new entrant Republicans, the pattern reverses slightly. more favor higher taxes than spending cuts. 48, it's nominal, 48 to 47%. New entrants tend to hold less conservative views on a wide range of policies, including DEI, taxation, and transgender issues relative to traditional GOP base, consistent with their mixed ideological profile, into ideological instability, and they're possibly reflecting prior Democratic ties. It's weird though, right? This is the part that really confused me, is that they're openly racist, 37% of them. They're openly in support of economic or conspiracy theories. They're overwhelming 35% support or claim that the H cost was overblown, right? But yet a lot of them believe in supporting DEI, or they believe in we should push away from traditional GOP politics. Make it make sense. It doesn't. Black and Hispanic Black and Hispanic GOP voter patterns, political alignment and leadership. Again, this is from the same Manhattan Institute. This is from the summary that they published. Black and Hispanic voters remain highly favorable towards Trump. Black and Hispanic Republicans. 89% of Hispanic GOP view Trump favorably, with 12% unfavorably, showing strong retention within the coalition. That number has started to shift, though, because the numbers were higher. We've seen in recent polling numbers from Gallup and Pew that he's losing support with Republicans that are identify as Hispanic. Black GOP voters are more likely than the overall GOP coalition to endorse multiple conspiratorial beliefs. Hispanic Republicans are less likely to endorse broad conspiracy beliefs rather than Black Republicans, placing them closer to or below the GOP average. So Black Republican voters are, according to this study, are more inclined to believe the conspiracies than any other voting bloc within their group. Black and Hispanic GOP voters show especially strong preferences for bold leadership. 56% plus favor bold style versus steady, even more than Republican subgroups. On modern medicine and public health, for example, they show skepticism towards vaccines in modern medicine. Black and Hispanic Republicans are more likely to endorse critical views often associated with MAHA than the GOP overall. One in particular, there's one survey that I wanted to share with you guys. This one really blew me away on that particular topic. Where is it? We'll get into some of the conspiracy in just a moment. Not that one. Hold on. Okay. So this is a chart based on that section. I'll just read you the data. So the question is, when thinking about the type of person you want as a leader, which style do you prefer? 36% of U.S. voters say they prefer a bold, attention-grabbing leader who often makes headlines and isn't afraid of conflict or drama. Republican voters, 55% of Republican voters want that. Democratic voters, it's 48%. So this is the whole alpha thing, right? You're drawn to a bold, attention-grabbing leader who often makes headlines and isn't afraid of conflict or drama, compared to a steady, low-profile leader who focuses on results without being constantly in the spotlight. Tells us a lot, right? Western society today is, this is another question. Western society today is too feminine. Our country needs more hard, logical, masculine thinking to get us out of the hole we're in, and our leaders should reflect that. Republicans say, 66% of Republicans say that yes, Western society is too feminine. Democrats, 35% say Western society is too feminine. This is across the board, and it gets even higher if you go into other socio-demographic categories. Core Republicans say 71%. New entrant GOP say 73%. So again, the question is, Western society today is too feminine. Our country needs more hard, logical, masculine thinking to get us out of the hole we're in. Our leaders should reflect that. So again, Republicans all in all, 66%. Core Republicans, 71%. New entrant Republicans, 73%. Black Republicans, 78%. And Hispanic Republicans, 77%. Are all prescribing to toxic masculinity. Need more alphas. That was a disturbing trend. Not surprising because we see it every day, but that's what we get. All right. Roughly 20% of overall GOP supports conspiracy endorsement, 25% Black GOP, 13% Hispanics GOP, and then new entrant GOP, 34%. The H-cost diminishment, 37% in the entire GOP, 66% Black GOP, 77% Hispanic GOP, and above and higher than the average. The average of the GOP is 37%. It's 38% or higher for new entrant GOPs to deny or diminish the H-cost. Economic conservatism across the board, pretty much they are all the same, roughly speaking. Very high support for Trump overall, very high for Black GOP, very high for Hispanic GOP, high but lower than the core for new entrant. And then bold leadership preferences across the board. Just read that stat to you. What it means, okay? What it means. Conspiratorial and anti-institutional beliefs are concentrated among new entrants and certain demographic subgroups, rather than uniformly across all Republicans. So when you break it down into these demographic categories, and then you include Black Republicans, Hispanic Republicans, overall Republicans, and the new entrants, you see some stark contrast. Black Republican voters in this survey show higher levels of conspiratorial beliefs than both overall GOP and Hispanic GOP. Hispanic Republicans are generally closer to the GOP mainstream on conspiracies, but exhibit some distinct patterns on historical beliefs, for example, H-cost views, that deserve deeper context and cautious interpretation. Economic preferences vary substantially within the coalition, demonstrating that support for traditional GOP fiscal policy is far from monolithic. So that support, that new, to me, to summarize this, new voters are being drawn to the Republican Party because they see a spot where their racism, their conspiracy theory denialism, et cetera, are supported, are perpetuated, are almost like cheered on. That's what we see at Turning Point. That's what we see. Thank you, NJB. That's very kind of you. That's what we see, right? So the new people that are coming to the party are not coming because they see economic advantages. They're not coming because they believe in policy. It's about their racism, their anti-Semitism, their conspiracy theories. That's a pretty scary belief set. Okay, I've got a few more things here. Conspiratorial thinking, Holocaust denial, and economic populism are not core conservative traits. They cluster around new entrants, not legacy Republicans, according to this survey, right? So once again, the new blood in the Republican Party are conspiracy theorists, H-cost denialists, and economic populists. That's a pretty scary combination. Minority GOP support versus ideological alignment. Black and Hispanic GOP voters are highly pro-Trump, highly anti-institution, often less conservative on economics. Their attachment is leader-centric, not policy-centric. Much like I played you the sound to start the show today. People in the holler, right? Eastern Kentucky, Western West Virginia, some of the poorest people in our country, overwhelmingly white in many cases, they believe that Donald Trump is their champion. For some reason, he was able to convince marginalized groups who he literally attacks every single day that he is their savior. Trump as a coalition container. Trump temporarily holds together fiscal conservatives, true, cultural conservatives, true, anti-institutional populists, and voters with left-leaning economic instincts. Yeah, but what this survey says is that their entire movement fractures without him. I agree with that. I've been saying that for a long time. There is no, J.D. Vance is not going to be able to move into that spot, right? The Republicans Party hope, if it's going to be J.D. Vance, would require him to assume the presidency before 2028, in my opinion, so that at least he has the power of the incumbency. That would require him to be in office. He's got to make it past January of next year for that to happen, right? Somebody asked about the educational level. I could not find that data. I'm going to dig a little bit more, but I don't think it matters, quite frankly, because it's still, we're talking about, first of all, we know that the overall Republican Party is less educated. Conservatives are less educated than liberals. We know that, so we can draw some conclusions there, right? All right. Core Republicans are stable but shrinking. Boomers. Population's aging out. New entrants are more volatile, more conspiratorial, and less loyal to GOP post-Trump. So the question is, where do those voters go? So if it's roughly 30%, actually it's all higher than that. It's closer to 35% of the new entrants, right? The people that are new to the party. They're bringing their conspiracy theories with them. They're bringing their racism with them. They're bringing their anti-Semitism with them. They're bringing their pro-H-man stance and their H-cost denialism. They're bringing all that with them because of Trump. Where do they go when he's no longer front and center? That's the conversation that I think we're going to have. The modern GOP coalition is a less unified conservative movement than a Trump-anchored alliance of traditional Republicans and newer, more diverse voters who are economically populist, institutionally distrustful, and significantly more prone to conspiratorial and extremist beliefs. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. We're going to talk about how this managed to make its way into Project 2025 in just a moment. All right. Nils, thank you so much. I appreciate you. That's very kind. Thank you. Make that change real quick. Don't forget about the gifting gold, guys, and keep tapping, please. See if we can get to 500K. That'd be great. It's been a while since we've hit that number. Appreciate you all very, very much. I think there's some, as disturbing as this is, I think the good news is, I did, NJB, thank you so much. Hearts in the chat for NJB. I'm always going to try to find the silver lining, right? I've always said that MAGA and Trumpism is because of Trump, because he was the glue. He is the cult leader, as our friend Danielle has talked about. There's no replacement. There's really no backup to the cult, because he's the leader. He's the face. They're drawn to him. It's his picture on flags. It's him. It's his meme coins. It's his his posters, his signs and flags of him riding on a pterodactyl. It's no one else, right? There's no one else. So without him, 30% of the Republican Party now, roughly speaking, are these new core Republicans. Where are they going to go politically? So there's an opportunity there for progressives, in my opinion. There's an opportunity. Because if you unpack a lot of their beliefs, part of them believe what we believe. Part of them believe in DEI. Part of them believe in wanting access to capital. Part of them believe that the economic structure does not support them. So how do we message to them? We talk to them. There's this silver-haired guy that I know is going to go out on the road. I'm going to talk to these people. Find out what makes them tick. Find out why it's so important. Why do you need to be such a racist? Why can't you just focus on the things that matter? Don't you want your life to be better? So not only am I talking to the non-voters, but I want to talk to them, because where are they going to go? Without Trump, where do they go? Guess we'll see. Here's the interesting part, because I like how they broke this down, because they talk about the tension between Project 2025 and their beliefs, right? The Manhattan Institute survey shows ideological volatility and institutional distrust. Project 2025 assumes ideological discipline and institutional control, right? Okay. From the Manhattan Institute, their reality. GOP coalition comes down to two blocks. The core Republicans that we just discussed, right? And the new entrants. Trump acts as the sole unifying mechanism, and he is, according to the data. The new entrants show higher conspiracy beliefs, lower trust in institutions, and then weaker commitment to the GOP post-Trump, right? That's what they want. What does Project 2025 assume? A cohesive conservative governing coalition. Loyal personnel ready to execute policy across agencies, ideological alignment around executive power, deregulation, cultural conservatism, and then nationalist foreign policy. Those two things don't line up. They are in opposition of one another. Project 2025 needs obedient institutional operators. The new GOP coalition increasingly consists of institutional skeptics. The Trump system is, we are the system, we follow us, we are the ones that are going to remake it, align with us, be loyal to us. And their new voters are like, fuck that. I don't believe in institutions at all. So that's a bit problematic, don't you think? The Manhattan Institute, new entrants disproportionately distrust elections. They distrust the courts. They distrust medicine and science. They believe government conspiracies. Minority GOP voters show especially high distrust of institutions historically perceived as hostile or corrupt. So that's what the Manhattan Institute survey, again, this is just one study, but it's pretty comprehensive. Project 2025, on the other hand, explicitly relies on expanding executive authority, replacing civil servants with loyalists, and centralizing institutional power. Assumes that institutions are tools to be seized, not dismantled. Those things are in contradiction to one another. You can't have a distrust in medicine and science on one side and then centralizing institutional power to say, we are the science now. We are Maha now. You can't simultaneously rely on institutions to govern, mobilize voters who believe institutions are illegitimate. I don't know how they respond to this, quite frankly, because those are two contradictory things, which is why I believe Marco Rubio is someone who the Republican Party will get behind. They are realizing that they've got so much fracturing because of Trump. Is he? Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Bronco. You're so kind. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Appreciate that. My name's Steve. It's not Barbara, but thanks. It's a government paradox to say the least, right? So economic ideology. The Manhattan Institute says core GOP, traditional fiscal conservatism, new entrants, split or lean toward higher taxes over spending cuts, support economically populist positions, and often closer to the New Deal instincts than to Reaganism. That's what this new survey found from the core GOP, the new entrants. Project 20. Thank you, Rainey. That's awesome. Thank you. Project 2025, on the other hand, assumes more deregulation, reduced social spending, market-driven policy, and corporate-friendly tax frameworks. Hidden fault line, Project 2025 is elite conservative economics. Much of MAGA coalition is mass populism. Tension. How do they resolve it? Don't know. Manhattan Institute on Extremism and Discipline. Non-trivial minority of GOP voters tolerate racist and or anti-Semitic views and hold H-cost denial diminishment beliefs. These are views that are concentrated among new entrants, roughly 35%. Project 2025 requires message discipline, international legitimacy, bureaucratic coherence. Extremism is a liability, not an asset. Like, okay, good luck with that. Project 2025 describes a government conservative, Project 2025 describes a government conservatives want. The Manhattan Institute describes a coalition conservatives now depend on. Those two are no longer the same thing. And I see this as an opportunity. right? I really see this as an opportunity. Here's the fracture. Republicans, epistemic. Republican fracture. What is true, epistemic? Institutional, are institutions legitimate? And then personalistic, held together by Trump. Democratic fracture. How far left? How much are we going to listen to the far left, whatever that is? Strategic, incrementalism versus disruption, and then generational. Boomers versus millennials and Gen Z. So the Republican fracture has to do with, we look at it as extreme. We've got the core Republicans, right, who claim to be for traditional Republican policies, which do not benefit the middle class. We know that. They say they don't want racism in their party. They say they don't want anti-Semitism in their party. They say they don't want conspiracy theories in their party. Sadly, that is their party, because 35% of new entrants in their party believe all those things. The Democrats, on the other hand, are fractured because status quo Democrats, moderates, conservatives, remember, you are either a progressive or a conservative, are afraid to listen to what the bulk of the country wants, which are more progressive ideals. Two entirely separate things. We're not fractured over whether or not racism is okay. We're not fractured over whether or not we believe the H cost. We're fractured as to how far do we want to push the party left. And from my perspective, we want to push them really far left. We want universal health care. We want education reform. We want taxation change, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We want more unions. We want more protections for workers. We want teachers paid more. We want women to have rights to their body, et cetera. Not extreme. Not extreme at all. Not extreme. The last thing I'll say about this, in summary, Democrats are fractured over policy and pace, which is what I just said. Thank you again, Rainey. That's awesome. But share a common civic reality. Republicans are increasingly united electorally, but divided over reality itself. Project 2025 depends on a level of ideological and institutional coherence the current GOP coalition does not reliably possess. So I don't know where this goes, but I like this study a lot because it showed me that, well, two things. I already said this. New recruits to the Republican Party are being, Repeal Citizens United, absolutely. New recruits to the Republican Party are bringing their racism with them, and they're proud of it. They're bringing their bigotry. They're bringing their outward anti-Semitism and Holocaust denialism and their beliefs in conspiracies. That is the future. Not going to say the future. That is currently what you're seeing in young Republicans, the new voters, the new Republican voters. The problem is you're not getting enough of the establishment, right? The traditional core Republicans who, excuse me, sorry. You're not getting enough of them pushing back. Mike Pence is like then the only prominent, one of the very few prominent Republicans. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you all. One of the few prominent Republicans who said there is no place for racism in our party. Well, there is, Mike. Let's be real, okay? There is racism in your party. It's everywhere. If you're trying to move away from it, then you need to clean house. Is Mike Pence planning on another run for the presidency? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Could be. There is an interesting little breakdown of Stephen Miller that I wanted to share with you guys. And then we're going to talk about a few things that Trump's going to have to work on because he's facing this fracture, right? This fracture in the party that he can't explain because he doesn't see it, because he only sees an entire base that's loyal to him. And that's not the reality. So this is reported by Greg Sargent from the New Republic. It's titled Inside Stephen Miller's Dark Plot to Build a MAGA Terrorist State. And I say this now, it's relevant because of what we just read, right? So Stephen Miller, is the face of this H-cost denialism, this pro-Schmittler sentiment. He's drawing in people, and his entire game is fueled by hatred. And he's just menacing, and he just cares about diminishing people. And that's bringing in a lot of new voters. Stephen Miller's ancestors first arrived in the United States in 1903. That's when a man named Wolf Leibglosser disembarked at Ellis Island after leaving behind his hometown and Antipol, a small town and part of the Tsarist Russian Empire that is now Belarus. Wolf Leib, who was fleeing a life marked by anti-Jewish pogroms and forced conscription, quickly set about trying to raise money to bring over relatives. Wolf Leib found work in New York City, peddling bananas and other fruit on the street corners, and began sending small sums of money back to the family. Reads an unpublished book about the family that one of Stephen Miller's relatives shared in this story reported by the New Republic. The book, which tells the story of some of Miller's ancestors and their immigration to the U.S. and their subsequent thriving here, was written by Miller's grandmother, Ruth Glosser. The story, of course, tracks with that of countless others who arrived in the United States as part of the Great Migration, mostly from Southern and Eastern Europe between the 1880s and the 1910s, which numbered as high as 20 million. My family, my mom's side of the family, part of that mass migration. As the book notes, they were out to, quote, escape economic hardships and religious persecution to build a better life for themselves and their children. Is that any different than what we're seeing today? There was no process back then. You just came and you checked in, signed a paper, there you go. As the book notes, these people, quote, were, quote, escaping economic hardships and religious persecution to, quote, build a better life for themselves and their children. Is that any different than what we see now? Is it? Is that any different than what we see now? Yet at the time, many Americans didn't think people like Miller's ancestors were fit to become a part of the United States. They were targeted by a virulent strain of nativism toward those from Southern and Eastern Europe that was deeply about race. It was rooted in the scientific racism of the day. But it also involved a somewhat different claim that the new arrivals suffered from, quote, a social degeneracy. Where have we heard that before? Or social inadequacy. Two typical phrases at the time, which rendered them a threat to the civilization the United States was in the process of becoming. So Stephen Miller's own family, his ancestors, who immigrated here as part of mass migration, were subjected to the same things that he is subjecting people to now. Okay. But it also involved a somewhat different claim that the new arrivals suffered from a social degeneracy or social inadequacy, two typical phrases at the time, which rendered them a threat to the civilization of the United States was in the process of becoming. Poisoning the blood. More than a century later, those diatribes about people like Miller's ancestors are very similar to claims Miller makes today about the threat to civilization, supposedly posed by those emigrating from Africa, Latin America, Asia, and elsewhere. But in a series of tweets, interviews, and in right-wing media and statements made elsewhere, Miller has outlined something more comprehensive and even more sinister. An elaborate worldview that has escaped notice in the mainstream media. It centers immigrants as a threat to civilization in terms that echo the rhetoric of those determined to exclude people like his ancestors. The larger worldview and its intellectual roots deserve more scrutiny. Given Miller's extraordinary power, his near unfettered control over President Donald Trump's massive ramp-up in immigration enforcement, a deeper understanding of Miller's views is essential. It demonstrates in a more vivid way the true extremism of his anti-immigrant project and why it poses a serious threat to the country and its future. We are Jewish. We grew up knowing how we are Jewish. We grew up knowing how hated we were just for existing. Kasmer told in this interview with Mr. Kasmer. Now he's trying to take away the exact thing that his own family benefited from. That ability to create a life for themselves, to prosper, to build community, to have successful businesses, to live a rewarding life. This, not saving or dying our country, as Miller absurdly claims Trump is doing, will be Miller's ugly legacy. Now, for people to understand this, I guess, just requires a little bit of thought, right? So much like we've seen numerous times, people have immigrated here, It was the same. It was a process back then his family went through. There was no right way back then. You just came. And his family was subjected to the same things that he is now subjecting people to today, only it's worse now. So is it payback? Is it retribution? Is he so angry that this happened to him that he's going to take it out on other people and use the same rhetoric, if not worse? Yeah, that tracks, right? And the new Republican Party, the new entrants to the party, believe what he believes. They believe what he believes. That racism's okay. That anti-Semitism's okay, even though he's Jewish. That conspiracy theories are okay. It all tracks, right? It all tracks. And he is at the center of all of it. And this new survey from the whatever the institute is, the Manhattan Institute, confirms that. It confirms that. It's pretty bad. I don't know how to address it other than to remind people why it's so incredibly important that we do something. Because I don't mean to be sort of hyperbolic, but the future of our country is truly at stake. Every election is important, but it's literally what we want our country to be and how we want our country to exist and where we go for sanity. I often asked about who am I supporting. I don't know who I'm supporting yet in 2028. I don't know. I don't know. I want a primary. I want a loud primary. I want to be on the debate panel. I want to be one of the moderators for the debate, and I want to ask the questions that the mainstream media doesn't ask. Will you make a commitment to not take APAC funds? Will you make a commitment to introduce legislation to make sure that there is no such thing as insider trading that exists in our Congress anymore? Will you initiate a resolution in Congress to support universal health care? I'm sick and tired of the little table scraps because this is the opposition. The opposition is recruiting people to be racist, or I should say, are recruiting racists. And those people that are being recruited are unapologetic about it. They're just like, yeah, I'm a fucking racist. Much like that guy who was debating Mehdi Hassan. Oh yeah, I'm a full-on fucking Yahtzee. I'm a full-on sympathizer. I'm a fascist. Yeah, I am. Miss me with your fucking nonsense. Miss me with that bullshit. Miss me with all of it. Hello there.
Hi. It's been a minute.
How are you?
Been good. How are you?
Fine, thank you. It has been a minute.
It has been a minute. I've been busy. I wrote 150 postcards for a candidate for governor here in Tennessee. So that's what I've been working on.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Guys, activism is a muscle. Everything you can do. I'm a working mom who works full time, and I still manage to find time to help candidates out in my state. I think it's really important what you're talking about today, because my dad posed a question to me. He's like, what is moderate about the Republican Party? And I stopped in my tracks because I ended up using it in a speech later that day where I talked about being a progressive, because I get a lot of shit in Tennessee about being a progressive, being openly progressive on the Democratic Party, you know, running for Congress, as well as being an EC member for the Tennessee State Democratic Party and being openly progressive. And I said, what is moderate about the Republican Party? What are they doing that is moderation? Because that's their whole thing. And I posed it of, if you can't answer that question, then nothing that I'm going to say is radical, because they've moved the Overton window so far right. And what we're asking for, Stevie, you and I have talked about this offline, like, is not radical. It's bare minimum for the rest of the world. It makes us look so disgusting that we can't have basic needs met. And to all those people who are like, yeah, run as a moderate in your state. No, if it worked, a white guy in 2020 would have won this election. If moderation worked, he ran the most moderate campaign. Didn't win. Didn't even move the needle. I moved the needle, running for 5 months, raising over $120,000, working full time, raising 2 tiny children, fostering with the local humane society, having my 4 fur babies. If I can move the needle that as a progressive running, I'm just saying, it's possible. Change is possible. We should stop asking for breadcrumbs. We should start pushing for more.
I agree. I'm just thinking about the question, like, what's moderate? There is no. I think if you were to ask those voters that I've been referencing in this survey that I read, if you ask the core Republican voters, they would probably describe themselves as moderates, right? Mm-hmm. Because they don't necessarily believe what MAGA believes. Again, I can only go by what the data tells us. But it's the new blood in the Republican Party that are full blown racists. They're loud and proud about it. They're loud and proud. And then I broke down that what they see as leaders. Conservatives want more masculinity. They want louder leaders. They want more bold leaders. They want the tough guy persona. And that tracks with every demographic, especially men, especially in the Black community, especially in the Hispanic community. We can point to misogyny there. We can point to the patriarchy. But politically, there's nothing moderate about the Republican Party anymore. Nothing.
Yeah.
Their policies are extreme.
And that's the thing that I have to point out to people. The leader of the Republican Party is Donald J. Trump. It is not. And he has been the leader of the Republican Party for the last 10 years. And you cannot separate yourself from it, because if you come down to Tennessee and talk to a state representative here in Tennessee, they are spitting out the exact same rhetoric and talking points that Donald Trump is. So when you look at it by comparison to the Democratic Party, we don't tend to stay in that same. We're starting to see that fracture that's really playing out throughout the party, even in Tennessee, which I would say the Tennessee State Party is the most progressive party that I've seen. And we're still working through it. We've still got some moderates. People want to drag their feet, want to lick boot lick, all that stuff. But we're still moving. We were the first to endorse Kamala Harris. The first of all of our delegates pledge to Kamala Harris. We were the first, we're doing things that are groundbreaking, which we all got behind Afton's campaign, which was what I spent the end of November doing, was in Nashville regularly canvassing for Afton's campaign. And she took a 22-point district and moved it to 8 points. That is phenomenal, considering the amount of work that it required to do that. And that means that Tennessee's on the map in 26. Will we flip every seat? Absolutely not. But I tell people all the time, I'm not afraid of losing. I'm afraid of voter apathy.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Me too. Because I think the registration amounts are depending on where you look at it. It does seem like it's pretty split as far as new voters being drawn in. Registrations for Democrats and Republicans are running more or less the same. It's independents. It's always going to come down to independents. It's independents and non-voters that are going to decide this next elections across the board. That's why I want to talk to voters, people that are the 90 million or so that didn't show up. We have to give them a reason to vote. What is it that you stand for? Not everything has to be, antagonistic. It has to be, what do you stand for? And who's going to steal your line? Who's driving the bus? Who's driving the public transportation to get me further down the road? Those are the people that are gettable. It's going to be I'm not going to break bread with Nazis. It's not going to fucking happen. I'm not interested. Don't have to. I don't have to. There are people in this space and other spaces who feel like they want to go after that group of voters. Go for it. Fine. I'm not interested. There's lots of people that we can get to the polls, and that's our mission.
And voters have a good BS meter. If they meet you and they're like, oh, they're full of it, they won't vote for you. Quite often what I find is when I meet a voter out in the field or I interact with them on Facebook who is actually in my district, who's not just a troll trolling in my comments, because I have so much fun with my trolls on Facebook. like, they shake my hand and they recognize that I'm going to work for them. They might not agree with my entire platform. They might think that I'm a little rough around the edges, but they enjoy the work that I'm putting in. They enjoy having a presence. We have not had a congressional candidate that's run 2 general elections be as present as I have been in the district. To the point I can't even show up to the meetings in my hometown because they take things off the meeting if they know that I want to speak about it. So that's where we're at with this. But I mean, that says if I got a message from a constituent saying, come to this meeting in my hometown, and I showed up and they took the topic off the agenda because they did not want to hear me talk about it. That's power. That's showing up. Mm-hmm. That's people knowing. And it's guys like, I didn't start out thinking I was going to do this. I'm just a mom who works full time, who is now considered a politician. I'm owning that, and I want to do more. I did not win my race.
Well, you haven't had your race yet.
Yet. I'm going to win in 26, guys.
That was a practice run. First time.
Practice run. It was 5 months. 5 months, no name recognition grew the district. We're going to do great things in 26.
I keep telling people, you brought up Afton's race, and I keep telling people 13's the number, that she carved off 13, almost 14 points. So any Republican that's in a district that they won by 13 points, they should feel concerned.
Yeah,
really feel concerned.
And people are asking me for my field plan right now, and I'm like, Afton's field director is coming on to my campaign. I know him. I have a relationship with him. He's going to help cut turf, which is for canvassing. We already have a plan going through this. I've been working on this plan since last year. Anyone who's been watching it, the only thing that I'm waiting for is to be able to leave my job so that I can do this full time, because I did all that with one hand tied behind my back. What could I do with doing it full time? So that is my plug for Donate Today, guys. I'm a small donor candidate. I do not take corporate PAC money. I am here, working class mom, small dollar donations. You get a handwritten thank you note. Every dollar goes to my campaign, does not go to pay some big advertising company. I am a small but mighty team, and we're bringing change in Tennessee.
Thank you, friend, for being here. Appreciate that. Good to see your face.
Good to see you later.
See you later. You too. Bye. Bye. Yeah, I mean, again, it's, you just have to ask yourself, what kind of country do you want? do you want one? If you're gonna listen, if you are so stuck in your right-wing opinions that healthcare for all is radical and we can't afford it, and DEIA is bullshit, then you're probably a lost cause. But there are so many people out there that are just like, I think government sucks. It doesn't help me. I don't, all I want to do is raise my family. Those are people that we want in the political process. Those are people that I am planning on talking to. # do something tour. A lot of people have reached out to me that want to help. And we are going to, as we get a little bit, as the calendar flips, which is like Friday, we're going to start to put the pieces together, right? But what was that? What does it say? I moved you on healthcare, TJ? You see? I know. I mean, I'll take you at your word. I will take you at your word because you were willing to listen, TJ, right? You're willing to listen. Anybody who's willing to listen, you cannot make an economic argument against a Medicare for all solution. You can't. I'm so confident that you can't make an economic argument against it that if you did, I would delete my account and you would never see me again. It's things like that. Stop allowing yourself to be conditioned, indoctrinated. Yes, MAGA Republicans, you've been indoctrinated. You've been indoctrinating to believe that we can't do things. We can't have a better education system. We can't have a better healthcare system. We can't have a better tax code, et cetera, et cetera. You keep telling yourself that because that's what you've been allowed yourself to believe. Instead, I would offer you this. If you are all about America first and about making America great again, then why wouldn't you advocate for wanting the best healthcare system in the world? The best public education system in the world? The best social safety net program in the world? Why wouldn't you just advocate for that? It should be easy. That's right in your sweet spot. And if you guys want to take the credit for it, go ahead. Do you think any of us care? You see what I mean? This is what I mean, just cause. Why would you say that? That's such a defeatist attitude. Like, why would you say that? Like the VA, why would you say that would be useless? It's such a defeatist attitude. It's just easy to type that comment. I just sent you an invite. Come up and talk to me about it. Why would you say that? You go into it going into, oh, it's going to work, be like VA, be useless. Really? See, that's what I mean. When you approach politics with this whole defeatist attitude, that's why I ask people more and more these days, like, what do you stand for? And we see so many times that people like Just Cause just stand for themselves. They don't care about anybody else. We have these conversations all the time. Their party is now being infiltrated by bona fide racists, right? Oftentimes, people in the Nick Fuentes side of the Republican Party, of the conservative movement, they don't think MAGA is extreme enough. They don't think MAGA is racist enough. They don't think MAGA is bigoted enough or transphobic enough, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Do you want to be aligned with that? You're more inclined to support that message than you are universal health care, or making sure that kids don't starve, or funding for public education, or guaranteeing health care, food, water, and shelter? Really? And the people on the left are the extremists? We're the radicals? I think it's pretty radical that you would support white supremacists over people who want health care. I think it's pretty radical that you would just say, let's harden schools. Let's turn schools into military bases and or like armed communities than actually addressing comprehensive gun control. No. Nope. Nope. Why would you want to continue to support that message? Why? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't help your life. It doesn't make your life better. Universal health care would. Why do you live in middle America, like in Ohio or in Minnesota? Why do you care about the border? It doesn't affect your day-to-day. But you know what would? Healthcare would. Making sure that we prop up the social safety net, that would make your life better. Yeah, you're right. We pay for our tax dollars go to fly Kash Patel and his girlfriend around the country. That'd make our lives better. Healthcare would make our lives better. See, this is a thing about you free market capitalists. What you don't understand is for capitalism to function requires consumers to have capital. So what I propose is let's reduce the cost of healthcare for every American so they have more money in their pocket, so they can spend more money, so they can buy houses, so they can buy cars, so they can really impact the GDP. But nope, can't do that. That wouldn't make any sense. It just won't work. Just won't work. Feeding people. Too extreme, right? Too radical. Making sure women have rights to their body. Too extreme. Too radical. Yeah, apparently so. Okay. I think I've got one more thing here I wanted to cover. I did that. I don't want to do the Epstein thing. It's just, we covered it. Did that one. All right. So these are some of the challenges. And based on everything that we've said, we've looked at polling, we've looked at fracturing in the GOP. We know where the new GOP, like the new entrants into the GOP, those people are full-on racist. They talk about it. They talk about it all the time. Oh, what's the matter, Shane? Shane. Shane, this is Shane, meet the chat. Chat, Shane. Cool. There's some obvious challenges facing the president as we enter into 2026. Congress returns to government funding impasse in January. At the end of January, another government shutdown will be looming. A lack of agreement on Trump's budget priorities, including more immigration enforcement, blocked most spending bills that led to a 43-day government shutdown focused on healthcare funding. A temporary bill expires on January 30th, setting up another fight as Democrats push for ACA subsidies and Republicans resist. SNAP benefits for $42 million ended during the shutdown before funding was restored, along with Agriculture, Veterans Affairs, and Congress. So we know that SNAP funding will continue through the year. That was agreed upon. With SNAP resolved, lawmakers return to spending talks in January. Healthcare costs rise as lawmakers debate remedies. I'm stressed the fuck out. I'll be perfectly honest with you, right? I had to go to the hospital. I drove myself to the ER on Friday night. I'm totally fine. But I was thinking about that, right? Like, shit. Like, you know, I have no choice but to figure out a way to pay an additional $1,200 a month for my health insurance. I have no choice, right? I have no fucking choice. Millions of Americans are faced with that dilemma. There are going to be people who are going to drop out of the marketplace because they can't afford it. That's a real fight. That's real for people. And people on the right just don't care. They just don't care. So Obamacare subsidies expire, as you know, doubling the premiums in many cases, 200, 300, 400% in some cases. The Senate failed to pass plans to extend the subsidies for aid or add $1,000 to $1,500 to healthcare savings accounts. The House passed a GOP bill to cut costs, but without extending the ACA subsidies. It's not going to pass the Senate, as we know. 4 Republicans joined Democrats to force a January vote on a 3-year extension, though the Senate is not expected to approve it. Here we go, right? So Hakeem Jeffries and then other lawmakers, another discharge petition is going to force Mike Johnson to bring that vote to the floor again, and we're going to see what people are going to say about that. Healthcare. MAGA, you have to understand that your party and Republicans in general, your party does not have a healthcare solution. An HSAs and $1,000 into these accounts is not a healthcare solution, because you would still have to purchase your healthcare from somewhere. Where would you purchase it from? You seem to think that you would have bargaining power. No. What would really give us bargaining power would be universal healthcare. 342 million Americans would be the collective bargain. We, as the collective, would force prices to go down. But nope, that just makes too much sense. You can't do that. Trump seeks peace. Again, these are things that he's going to be focused on in 2026. Trump continues peace talks between Russia and Ukraine and works to maintain the Gaza ceasefire. Sure. Obviously, the president is meeting with President Zelensky after officials agreed on plans offering security guarantees for Kyiv while leaving territorial disputes to the two countries to figure that out. Putin signaled reluctance on December the 19th, though his envoys met U.S. officials last week. In Gaza, aid remains scarce, and nearly all residents are homeless despite an October ceasefire. Not a ceasefire. No, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff and others are already planning on the demolition and the further destruction of Gaza to turn it into a smart city. Right? Sure. 2 million displaced Palestinians, where are they supposed to go? But no, that's nothing to see here, right? You don't think that far ahead. You just say, oh, he ended the war. He didn't. Midterms elections could change or reinforce control of Congress. Trump won't be on the ballot in November, but yes, he will. Yes, he absolutely will. His agenda will be losing House control could block his priorities that give Democrats subpoena power to revive investigations. He urged House members to stay put as threats and dysfunction drove 6 senators and 46 representatives to retire or seek other jobs. A lot of those are going to be leaving. You wait till when Congress comes back. January 6th, I believe, the 5th or the 6th is the day they're back. It's a Monday after the holiday, so next week from today. You watch. You're going to see more names. MTG's last day in Congress will be that Monday because that allows her to get her pension. You're going to see a lot more people. There's as many as 25 people that they're talking about that could be resigning or retiring before their term ends. Okay. Okay. Trump wants Republicans to campaign on tax cuts and a strong economy. Primaries start in March as states redraw their maps. He has pushed for simple majority votes, though reconciliation or ending the filibuster, but GOP leaders resist. He wants the filibuster to go bye-bye so he can pass voter ID laws, voter suppression laws, blah, blah, blah. The Justice Department's slow release of the Epstein files could overshadow policy debates as Democrats point to Trump's name in logs and in emails. Trump has not been credibly accused of wrongdoing. Okay, I would agree with that. Well, I disagree with that statement. He has been credibly accused because I believe the women that he's assaulted. That would be a credible accusation. Congress set a December the 19th deadline. As we know, the Department of Justice has ignored it. The DOJ on Christmas Eve said the department found 1 million more documents. A bipartisan group of senators asked Acting Inspector General Don Berthume to audit the compliance, which they haven't done. And then the Supreme Court decision on tariffs, a life or death matter for country, said Trump. Supreme Court could rule any time on Trump's tariffs. Trump calls the case life or death and warns overturning tariffs would be a disaster, saying they had raised $205 billion through October, spurred U.S. manufacturing and trade deals. Lower courts ruled Trump exceeded authority under the 1977 International Emergency Economic Powers Act, or IEPA, previously used for sanctions by creating global import taxes. Justices heard arguments on November the 5th. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said other statutes could allow the tariffs, but Trump calls the law he used the most flexible. Okay. Okay. Sure. Nothing to see here, though, right? That's fine. Quentin, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Just circling back to the healthcare statements and you made and issues. I'm all for, hey, I'm in your corner when you're talking about less expensive healthcare. But when I look at the system, I see that roughly close to $2 million, that's what, about 30% of the federal budget goes towards subsidies for healthcare, which includes Medicaid, et cetera. And then I think there's close to about 120 billion, correct me if I'm wrong, that goes to the ACA. So my question to you is, where do we get this money? Where? Where does it come from? And I'm all ears. I don't like paying a lot for my health care. So I don't have any answers.
So do you understand what so I use the Medicare for All model. That's the one that Bernie Sanders has been talking about forever. Do you understand how that works?
No.
Or how it would work? Okay.
No.
So right now on average, the American taxpayers pay roughly between $15,000 and $17,000 per household for insurance. That includes premiums, that includes co-pays, deductibles, out-of-pocket costs. The Medicare for All model would eliminate all those things. We as taxpayers would pay between 4% and 7% more in taxes across the board, but we would save between $5,000 and $7,000 annually, even with a tax increase.
So, I mean, that sounds like a legitimate plan, but what I understand about healthcare as well is you're talking about 2025 prices. You know, let's extend out to 2030. That's not going to be the issue because healthcare is for R&D, research and development. It's always going to be expensive. It's always going to go up. So how do you cap that? It'll be a never ending increase.
Okay. I still
the taxpayer.
Right, but
go ahead.
No, I was going to say, but you're thinking about it in terms of the system what we currently have. I'm talking about a new system where it's a single payer. The government becomes the payer. The government negotiates costs on our behalf. We become the lobby. We become the collective bargain. We're the ones then who influence the cost. So don't forget the R&D. I'm glad
so what happens?
Said this. R&D has just been cut because of current administrations. Cancer research, things along those lines has been cut. Now there's no middleman. That's what we're talking about, eliminating the middleman. You understand that?
So when you say eliminating the middleman, I get that. I do concur on that aspect. Also, when we say cut, I think there's about 12 million people that work in the healthcare industry. What happens? What happens to them? Just
They
curious.
would
Would
they would
they be?
again they would still have jobs, sure, because there would still be. See, this is what people don't understand. I'm glad you asked the question. We could the perfect model to me would be a Medicare for all with a public option. So if people want to buy up to have other things that wouldn't be covered, for example, like cosmetic surgery. Like I don't think cosmetic surgery should be something that would be covered by a universal healthcare model. If you want cosmetic surgery, then you can pay up. We would need more people because there'd be more. Exactly. Somebody just said this. We would need more people in response to providing coverage for people because there would be more people in the pool. Do you understand?
So I understand that. So I'm on the right side of the aisle, and here's where I think the other side of the aisle could do themselves a favor by, okay, you mentioned Bernie Sanders. Why isn't there more of a marketing effort to talk about the things that you just discussed with me? Because I think people, I'm one of them. I want cheaper health insurance. So why isn't there more of a, let's just say marketing program to get out there and put pencil to paper and show the Americans this is what we can do? I just don't. It's all a mystery, to me. It's just a mystery.
Well, think about why. Think about. So one of the things that I say here, I'm not sure if you ever watch my show, but I always talk about follow the money, right?
First time.
When you have a, well, thanks for being here. You can call me Steve. We have our system is a for-profit health insurance industry. Okay, we spend roughly $2 trillion a year on our healthcare. I'm sorry, we spend roughly, by the end of next year, it will be roughly $7 trillion that we will spend in healthcare. $2 trillion of which becomes profit for the for-profit healthcare industry. That, first of all, is absolutely disgusting, right?
Where do you get those statistics as far as the GP, the 2 trillion GP?
Cato Institute has been tracking it. The Kaiser Family Foundation has been tracking it. IRS data, the health networks. This is public information. You can research it. You can just do a search for that. It's pretty simple to find. You can use the Kaiser Family Foundation, which leans a little bit left. You can use the Cato Institute, which leans a little bit right. They've both done the same study. Harvard's done this. Harvard Medical School has done this. Stanford did a study on it. So that's the amount that we contribute, roughly $7 trillion in spend, which contributes to roughly 18% of our entire GDP. Okay, that by the end of next year, $2 trillion of which would be profit. Do you think we should have a for-profit healthcare industry? Yes or no?
Man, that's a great question, because I know if I was in the healthcare industry and I could contribute with, say I'm a scientist and I can, like, we'll just use Jonas Salk. He cured polio, found the vaccine for polio. I think I would want to be rewarded in some way. So I think there has to be some type of profit motive.
Well, right, but I'm not okay on the insurance side though. So I'm not talking.
So you're talking about the middleman, circling back to the middleman. I think the middleman, the guy that sits in an office down the street here, that he's just the middleman. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Let's get rid of him.
Well, it's not just that. So currently, you think about what our system works. What the Medicare for All model would be like. Here's the patient. Here's the doctor. Everybody in here gets a slice of the pie currently. I want the process to go from the patient or the client to the caregiver. We got to stop paying all of the hidden fees, all the administrative costs, all the balloon payments.
I agree.
The CEOs.
I agree.
Okay, so and don't forget, in the healthcare industry, claim denial is a profit center, because in the for-profit model, health insurance companies have a fiduciary responsibility to their shareholders and their investors. Their fiduciary responsibility is to turn a profit. Claim denial, think about that. Claim denial is a profit center, right? There's a profit center. In Medicare for All model, there would be no claim denial. It would be whether or not the physician says this is the best method or not. So we're taking out all of the waste. If you want to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, There is you're going to be hard pressed to find an industry that has higher examples of waste, fraud, and abuse than our pay-for-profit healthcare system.
With that being said, though, would you think there would be more scrutiny on, say, I needed a knee surgery, my knee hurts? We'll just use that for example. Would there be more scrutiny on something like that, where, well, no, you can last another 10 years, or I would be afraid of there'd be a lot more scrutiny on.
There's more scrutiny now. There's more scrutiny now because, again, 30% claim denial. Are you under the impression that you'd have to wait longer?
Possibly. And the only reason why I bring that up is just because of what I've heard of countries that have,
what have
full
you
health
heard
care.
though? But what have you?
Just the
heard?
fact, like, say, Canadians, we'll use them as an example. I've heard that, they've got long waiting times for, simple procedures.
Okay, would it blow your mind to say that it's just absolutely not true?
I would not disagree with that. I mean,
okay. So let me give you a scenario. Okay, let me give you a scenario. Do you think a person who's diagnosed with a serious health condition in Canada would have to wait months to get treated?
I would hope not. I would really hope not.
They don't. They don't. If you have an elective surgery, like if you decide you want to get your, you've got some problems with your knee, it wouldn't be emergent. It wouldn't be have to happen tomorrow. Would you wait? You would, but you wait here, right? So if all things, if we're gonna make an apples to apples comparison, where Canadians or members or people who have the NIH in the UK and other nations who have standardized and or universal healthcare, they don't wait for emergency treatment. They don't. That's a lie that's been told to people on the right. That's a lie. It's a flat out lie. There's no reason that we shouldn't have a system that provides healthcare for all of our citizens, and we would save money. We would save money.
Yeah, at the beginning when I told you, I'm right there with you on that, but I don't know what the answer is. And I think moving forward, I think what the Democrats, this is just my opinion, I think find that marketing guru in the Senate or in the House that can really come up with a plan and stick to that and push that on the American people. Because I just think going after Trump at this point, it doesn't matter anymore. Provide what's going to make my life better.
Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
Did you vote for Trump?
Okay. I did.
Do you regret your vote?
I can't say I regret the vote. I wish that there were things that I don't like what he says. I don't like that at all. I don't like his demeanor at times. But then also, I've looked at my life and I've had leaders in my life. I say leaders, I mean bosses that I did not like, but were successful in what they did. So I'm not, I can't say I regret it, but I do know that we have an election every 4 years and things can change. So I always, look for the best things that can happen for America, because I don't think
so. Okay, but how can you say that he did a good job the first time, and after everything that happened with J6, et cetera,
I get it.
That you could vote for him, but that you could vote for him again, though?
I get it, but I like I said, I mean, I really don't want to get down this rabbit hole, because you can win the argument. Like there's enough there to, hey, let me make this guy look bad, but I'm not a bad person because I voted for him.
I'm not trying.
Yeah.
What?
And I agree with some of the stuff you said.
Okay, but Quentin, when your vote for him basically means that you are co-opting everything that he stands for. That's what that means. So you may not see yourself in a bad light, but you said everything that he's done, all the things that he's done, the crimes that he's done, the felony convictions, the J6 stuff, everything else, you co-opted, your vote endorsed it. So you can't run from that. You've got
I can't change my vote at this time. It's too late. And the fact that everybody has, their right to say anything. I'm not going to feel guilty, I guess, for my vote. I learn, I move on with life. I learn from, what's happening in society, and I move on. I can't say that I'm never going to vote for a Democrat, and I can't say that I'll always vote for Republicans. So I wish things were better. My vote is it's too late. I voted, and
Well, it's too late for that vote, but let me ask you a question. If he were on the ballot again, would you vote for him again?
probably not. Probably not.
Probably not, Quentin?
Yeah. Yeah,
Probably
probably
not.
not. Probably not, just for the fact that uh some of the things that you had mentioned, um, you know, I probably wouldn't. I think that at some point you have to say, okay, let's move away from this and go to this
What
sunlight. Let's move into this sunlight over here. So
what would it take for your probably not to go to definitely not?
uh well, I mean, you're speaking of something that can't happen. So you're saying if it was possible for him
It's a
to,
hypothetical. Well, I asked
yeah.
you though. I asked you, and you said probably not. So I'm asking you, what would it take for it to be definitely not?
Oh, I would say more of the Epstein file releases
More? Like
that
more. Okay.
well,
Okay.
and we're really going down a rabbit hole again. And once again, like uh, the files aren't. Let me give you an example. Like during the JFK assassination, you're aware of the oh gosh darn it. No, it's on the tip of my tongue. I brought it up and I can't even. What was the organization, the government organization put together to study to put together
The Warren Commission? Are you
the
talking
Warren
about that?
Commission?
Or
Thank you,
okay.
sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, the Warren
Sure.
Commission. Every
Okay.
person that was interviewed, there's thousands of pages of that they were put in a file. That doesn't mean that whatever was in that file is true or false. It's just
Okay.
part of the file. So
Okay.
I
Okay.
can't.
I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about the Warren Commission. Okay. Well, let's bring it up to. Let's talk about something that's front and center. So I guess the question is, because it's an interesting statement for you to make, that you said you probably wouldn't vote for him again. And I said, what would make definitely your new word? And you said, well, I guess more Epstein stuff. So if we can talk about that specifically for just a moment, what would more look like to you?
I think complete 100%, with proof beyond a reasonable doubt that there's
Okay,
a
what's that
crime being
proof?
committed.
Okay, what would that proof be?
Uh, Proof comes with evidence. Evidence comes with not just.
What would that evidence be?
It would be tangible evidence. It couldn't be something.
What would tangible evidence be? Quentin, what would
Sorry,
tangible
I just got a
evidence?
phone call. I just got a phone
It's
call.
okay.
Sorry about that.
What would tangible evidence be?
Tangible evidence would be, uh, you know, I guess if you're looking at it as a crime.
Would witness testimony be tangible?
Well, witness testimony can be admitted for sure, but witness testimony
you.
alone,
I'm asking you, would that be tangible?
not alone, not witness testimony alone by itself, because we live in a society where
So
anybody
do you
can
need
say anything
videotape?
about anybody.
Do you need
That
videotape of the crimes
I
happening?
think I think that would help. I'm just saying that you cannot
Did you hear what you just
convict
said, man?
some.
Did you hear?
Hold on,
Did you hear
hold
what you
on,
just said?
Steve.
No, Quentin, you hold on. Do you hear what you just said? You hear, I want to point this
So
out.
you're saying that
You would hold on. Wait. Hold on. You said you would need video evidence of Donald Trump.
You
I'm asking
asked
you.
me
You're
if I
right.
didn't
So
just come out and say that. That was part of the damning evidence, right?
You said that's what you would need, though. You said that's what you
I
would need.
didn't say exclusively, Steve. Did I? Did
But
I
you
say
need
exclusively?
no.
You asked me the
Again,
question.
you're right. I asked you. Hold on.
You asked me the question.
Hold on. Stop. I asked you what tangible evidence would look like, and I said, would a witness and or survivor's testimony? You said that would not be enough. Then I said, what about video? And you said video would help. So what you're implying then is, unless there's video evidence of Donald Trump committing a crime against someone, you won't believe it?
No, I didn't say that. And if you're a smart enough guy to understand how the court system works and how law works, how evidence
I'm not asking
works,
about the court.
right?
I'm asking about you. I'm not talking about the court. I'm talking about you. I'm asking what it would take you to go from probably to definitely. That's
No,
what
you're
I'm
not really
asking
asking
you.
me anything. You're
No, I
telling
am.
me that you will
I'm asking you.
you will take witness testimony. That's what you're doing. You're telling me you will believe someone. That's what you're doing.
No, I asked you if you would. And you said you would need more than that. So then
It would
more
be
than that would
witness
be what?
testimony would always be considered. Are you kidding me? It would always be considered, and I would definitely consider witness testimony. But also,
you would consider it. Okay,
Steve.
So what?
Steve,
So if that,
Steve,
no,
I
Quentin,
am totally against any crimes being committed against anybody. So if
Really?
there's evidence, if there's evidence,
But hold on,
I
wait a
will
second. Hold on a
never
second.
vote.
Hold on. You voted for someone. There was evidence in the E. Jean Carroll case. There was overwhelming evidence. 9 jurors voted to find him, to hold him responsible under the law for deliberately and forcibly penetrating her vagina with his fingers. And you voted for that. Do you not believe that? Was that not enough for you? Answer the question. Unmute your mic. If you believed victims, then we wouldn't be in this position. Again, the argument is simple.
You're telling me that I must believe a statement.
I am
That's what you're
asking you,
saying.
Quentin. I'm asking you. So he was found civilly liable under the law for deliberately and forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina with his fingers.
Based on, go ahead. Based on
evidence and a
what
jury.
Evidence? Give me the evidence.
The evidence
based on.
Hey, do me a solid, bro. Do me a solid. Let's start again. What'd you have for breakfast today?
What I have for breakfast? I didn't eat any breakfast.
Nobody fucking cares. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Hang on one second. There's the argument right there. What more do you need to see? What more? It's the same thing. You can soft step your way into a healthcare debate. You can have that conversation. You can try to find some common ground. When it's a simple fucking question, you lead the horse to water. I led you to water. I exposed you for the trashy piece of fucking shit that you are, and I jammed your fucking face in it. Give me a fucking break. Unbelievable. Nebulator. How are you today? Nebulatron. Hello? Are you there? Nebulatron? I guess not. Man. Chapter, how are you today? Chapter and Charm, how are you? Are you there? Chapter and Charm? I guess not. You can't. Do you understand what you're saying when you say things like that, Quentin? When you understand, when I gave you the opportunity, I kept asking you evidence, what's tangible, blah, blah, blah. I stepped you through the process. I finally got you to admit that when I asked you specifically, would you take the survivor's word for it, their testimony? Well, that would help. What else would you need? Would you need video? Well, maybe. Really? Really? Okay. I believe women. I believe women. I can't even believe that we are having to deal with this. I apologize, friends, for if that was triggering for some folks, but it's almost necessary because I have to remind folks these are the people that are out there. Unbelievable. Okay. It's a great question, Jess. If the women are lying, why hasn't Trump sued them for defamation and for slander? If that's the case, if they're all lying, then why hasn't he sued them for defamation? Hey, man. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Or afternoon now.
Yeah.
Hey, I didn't want you to end on a bad note, or what just happened. But I reposted a couple videos today, so if you have a minute to check them out, they're very nice palate cleansers, right? They're positive messages. One's about Shaq and all the stuff that he does. Another one is just a guy helping out a random stranger, and I'm kind of going to shift my focus moving forward to being more positive. I'll confront the people like you just confronted when needed, but moving forward for me, I'm going to try to be more positive, more, hey, let's work on policy. Let's talk about policy. Let's talk about how we can, move our party forward, how we can move our country forward, and less about Trump and all the stupid, bad shit he does, because it's going to continue and it's not going to stop. I mean, I've had 2 violations over the last week where I haven't been able to go live for the last week. So I decided rather than be discouraged by that, I'm going to try to move forward in a more positive note and less negative. So,
I try to do that too. We did an entire live on do something about things that we can all do. I think I like that message, and I think I want to sprinkle that in a lot more in 2026 as well, as we're trying to motivate voters. But you never know how a conversation's going to go. The conversation starts with opposition. We find some common ground in healthcare, and then they get exposed for who they are. So those things happen. Those things happen. But I like that message. And for those of you who don't follow Tommy, please follow Tommy. Really like what he does. Usually on before him in the morning. So thank you for the raids that we get here, bro.
I'll be back on
that.
tomorrow. So,
okay.
Thank you, Steve. Love your show. Keep up the great work, man. You have a good one.
Thanks, man. You too, buddy. See you later. Take care. I don't disagree. Obviously, there's a time and a place, right? We are a news and a public opinion and a social in a sociology show, if you will, and we'll continue to do what we do. There's a time and a place. Part of the reason that I don't want to always get into the specifics of Jeffrey, I'll bring up Rusty. Speaking of palate cleanse, but we are a news show. We have to talk about it, or I'm not going to be afraid of it, but I'm going to expose the people that need to be exposed. Good morning, friend. How are you today?
Hey, buddy. I requested to come up earlier, and then I canceled it once you started cooking that individual when he was talking about the Canadian system and wait times. As you know, my mother is dealing with the Canadian system, and thank the gods she's in the Canadian system. And then when it came to wait times, in 1 week, I will have my first cataract surgery. I have been waiting 10 months. And I have good insurance. So, I don't know where these people are getting their info, but it's not in the real world. But I'm glad you started pressing him, because it as we've all discovered, you push these people enough, their true colors come out.
Yep, absolutely.
Absolute true colors come out. And acknowledging the problems of this and the previous Trump administration and saying, well, maybe I'd vote for him again, maybe I wouldn't. I'm not a bad guy. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
And if you don't want to acknowledge that, that's on you, man. it just is. You put aside your humanity, and I don't know if you heard it, but in his little conversation there, he mentioned ultimately he voted for what was best for him.
Of course.
Yeah, and that they all do. What's best for me, screw the rest of the country. What's best for me, screw the rest of the world.
Sorry, I'm multitasking. I agree, and I just, I don't ever like to expose our audience to those despicable people, but it just comes out at times, and it is a reminder that no matter, even if we can find a common ground on solving a healthcare problem, that's great. But if people can stand there and still just want to just blame women and not believe them and say, unless I see the video of the grape, even then I might not believe it. That's just fucking pitiful, and I'll expose you all fucking day.
Yeah, and of course he wasn't going to believe E. Jean Carroll. They none of them do.
Of course not.
None of them do. And
of course not.
You and I have talked until we're blue in the face to these people, and it just doesn't matter. I'm reminded of, maybe a bad example, but I'm reminded of an old episode of Cops where a shoplifter is caught. And the shoplifter is in the security office at this store, and the cops are there, and they're watching the video. And the video, it could not be more clear of this guy taking a carton of smokes. And the guy's just saying, no, that's not me. I don't believe it. No, well, I don't believe that's me. No, I don't believe it's me. It's like, it's right in your face. And it doesn't matter. No, not me. Sorry.
Nope.
Oops.
Nope.
Yeah, no.
Nope.
Yeah, so.
No, that's who they are. Hey, thanks for jumping in today, bro. I'm going to wrap. Happy New Year if we don't speak, okay?
You too, buddy. Happy New Year, and we will talk soon.
See you soon. Later. Peace. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We know who these people are. The What About Biden crowd. I will use this opportunity to remind you all again that doing something is something that's taken on a life of its own. And I'm so proud that we have. Doing something would be helping out your neighbor, helping out a friend in need, volunteering at your local Planned Parenthood, for example, standing shoulder to shoulder with marginalized communities who are under threat every single day, volunteering for after-school programs, maybe becoming a coach, becoming a mentor, maybe baking bread, maybe volunteering at a homeless shelter, maybe making an extra sandwich on your way out of the house in the morning and handing that off to somebody else, because there are more of us. There are more of us. I have to believe it, and I know there are. There are more of us than there are of them. Thank you all for being here today. We're going to go raid Monica, Monida, Moni. Tell her we said hello. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock Eastern time right here. I'll probably have a plan for New Year's Eve. I don't know what we're going to do just yet. I got to talk to the mods. But I thank you all for being here today. Please, friends, do